Hello, everybody. Happy 4th of July. Well, for a lot of folks, it's probably the 5th of July now. Look at this. Just as I promised, we've got Gandalf, we got fireworks, all kinds of fun stuff here. So things might be going boom. Got his little cart going on here as well. Maybe get that one stone out of the street right here. That might be a little too much right there. Yeah, let's get that one rock out of there. We don't need that big old one. Maybe this one too. Yeah, we'll get rid of those two. Not sure how they work their way in there. All set, ready to go. We've got ourselves some references down in the corner. Did the usual thing where take a picture of the miniature. Hey there, Landrast. Happy 4th of July. Made this also with the AI just for funsies there because reasons. Hopefully, yeah, okay, we got the sound going there. So we're just gonna do this. The first time I tried doing this, you can almost see it in the lower right hand. It treated these guys as a bunch of little hobbits because I made the mistake of saying he's headed to the Shire. So yeah, it kind of couldn't figure out what these are. I thought these were Christmas trees also, I think, for some weird reason. Now with all these ropes on here, it's gonna be hard to do all the little designs. So hope that you looked like you guys are having some good chow there, Landrast. Looked like it was having some yummy chow. Here's that Naples yellow. We're gonna mix that with some of this here. There we go. Just because, just for whatevers. Start getting some of this out here, cause reasons. We do stuff. Get a little bit more. The Van Dyke brown. That's what we're looking for. There we go. Nice to see you there, Paint Liquor. Well, let's see. We got 15 minutes of a happy whatever day it is. I think it's Friday because well, yesterday was this, which was Flat Thursday. So I think it's still Friday here. So again, there is our painting from last night. Hopefully you're doing real well there, Paint Liquor. Hopefully everybody had a chance to enjoy some fireworks. For whatever reason, the fireworks for maybe they weren't quite as minimal. Maybe they're just more spread out. I think that's it. Instead of kind of concentrated in a certain time frame, they were really, really, really spread out. Not sure what the deal was with that. Oh, this is from Printing Goes Ever On, by the way. Yeah, this is from Printing Goes Ever On. I think it's the latest release. It's either the latest release or almost the latest release, or something like that. It's in that neighborhood. No, so now they're starting to do the fireworks. It's like where the heck was this a while ago when I was really wanting to see some? Yeah, now now they're doing all the good stuff. I can hear it going. It's like, well, that's a bummer. Yeah, Paint Liquor. I've been wanting to paint, Gandalf on the card for years and years just for fun, and no one had ever really done this as an STO. In all these years, nobody had done this one as an STO, and then finally, uh, Printing Goes Ever On did it. So, oh, okay, I guess I finally get to paint Gandalf on his cart there. Nice to see you there, Kino. I hope that you're doing very well. And of course, Paint Liquor, Kino, you guys want to share something's in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, it's really weird. All of a sudden now they're choosing to actually do all the good stuff. It's like, where were you guys? Oh, I don't know, the last 4 hours or so. Here, let's do this. So Kino, again, I hope that you do it very well. Now, my hope is that I'll have all of those Harad figures, a whole bunch of the Merchant Guard, as in like a dozen of them, prepped and ready to rock and to roll. And again, we did this special little screen here. did this earlier. Some ugly dolls there, doing some celebrations, of course. Looky there. I'm gonna go later. Let's go ahead and go later here, especially maybe on scan. Let's do over here first. Get rid of some of the excess. Okay, that was a good idea. Good plan there. Good idea. And now we'll get a little more light on our Gandalf here. We're gonna hit him obviously with some glazes and such. Now, so Kino, there's been a lot of stuff to learn. Lots of new discoveries going on, trying a bazillion different new things, pretty much all at the same time. So it kind of it makes the brain a little fuzzy because there is so much to learn all at once. And it's one of those things where the one would just say the progress is not always straight up. Sometimes it's sideways. Sometimes it goes back down again. It's you never quite know if you're necessarily maybe making a breakthrough or not. I mean, I would think maybe there's been some breakthroughs achieved. Well, I can certainly do a heck of a lot more things now than I could even just a few weeks ago. Even actually creating these two reference pictures, I wouldn't have been able to do that as in like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to do that because those are based on this. As you can see, I mean, it pretty closely follows the actual cart and horse and everything itself, and the flowers on the side of the road and everything. Out here's some of the other stuff too. Again, there's we've been doing a lot more on our Easterling army, and of course we've been having some fun with some animations here too. So this is actually one of the miniatures that I painted last year, and we actually managed to get him animated. So I've been painting more Easterling terrain. Lots of interesting stuff. And again, it's not always the easiest thing to try and learn because you have to really think of things in a very different way. Actually, in some ways, you got to be super literal, as in hyper literal, like explaining every last little thing. Literal. Now we're going to grab you. Some of you, also you, thinner. Let's get this open. Woof. Let's break that down some more. More of our Van Dyke brown, maybe a little bit of our black too. Now I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there. Here, let's do our horsey here. Do the horsey. So yeah, Kino, I'm going to be doing the Army Showcase videos, and that's I've been trying to work on all kinds. I got a bunch of music that I've been creating. I've got themes for the Easterlings, for Harad, Isengard, Shire, Rohan. I mean, I even have songs for Osgiliath. So we'll be playing those using those with the videos. Our Army Showcase vids, showing off the terrain, the figures, all the stuffs. So we did the darker primer routine because, well, pre-glaze on this, not exactly a practical thing for a whole bunch of obvious reasons. So not doing pre-glaze here. That's post-glaze. That's what we've been calling it, post-glaze. I'm going to get some more to Mars black in here. And away we go. The neighbors surprised me. It was kind of hilarious because I was trying to cook a bunch of rations for myself, essentially a whole bunch of brats and such that I could freeze. and have over the next few months. And as I'm doing that, they're sending me messages saying, "Hey, we're at your front door. Where the heck are you?" I said, "I'm in the back, right next door to where you live. Didn't you see the smoke from the grill?" That they never saw it. So they brought over a bunch of stuff. So I haven't actually eaten any of the stuff that I made yet. Actually, I didn't even, as hungry as I was, I didn't even get to eat all the stuff that they brought yet. So might be having some of that after the stream. Well, Kino. Now, is there any particular thing that's got your interest peaked there, Kino? I was just painting in the new tutorial video. I was painting up some Rohan stuff and a big one tiny section, which was huge, of a massive Easterling palace. Massive Easterling palace. Well, Landress, I had the bird feeder out, so you would think there would be some. You'd think there would be some. I mean, I put the bird feeder out there. You think that those ungrateful birds, right, Landress? They don't show any appreciation. Okay. So Kino, I was painting up. Well, let me see. I think I still have the. I don't think I deleted that one. Come on, where's it at here? So that would be over here. Whoops, went right on past it. That's it. Oh, okay. No wonder. So where are we at here? There we go. So there is. Yeah, that's it. So I was trying to use a different material on this one. This is actually 30 minutes. No, 32 minutes. That's how long we were painting that thing right there. So yeah, that's another piece of our Rohan terrain there. Ironically enough, you're going to be seeing a bunch of Rohan stuff on here eventually because I have to actually redo a whole bunch of the Rohan stuff. Good. I mean, it's insane to think, well, wait a minute, we painted tons of Rohan stuff on stream, but that was years ago. And I actually have a ton of Rohan stuff printed up since then. Thanks, Kino. And I think I've got the big old. Nope, that's the wrong way. I guess I must have. I never. Well, you can see it here. It's one of these pieces. It's back there, and that's you can see it compared to that Inca building there. Which, oh yeah, there's speaking of which, there's the Inca building that we did. That video, let's see. Well, I did actually post. I did post a new video today, right, Landrast, with the whatever those are ships, the BFG stuff. Kano, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Let's get this thing over here. Yeah, a little more thinner into that too. Why not? That's good, Landris, because for a second I'm like, I could swear that I posted that today. I'm glad that I actually did. Because, well, in about 3 minutes, it ain't today anymore. It is then tomorrow. But again, for folks where it is already tomorrow, happy Saturday. Now, Landris, were they hanging out for a little while, or are they actually still there? Hopefully, you guys had a blast, of course. It seems like the crew has been together a whole bunch over the last week or so. I know it's not always easy to get the crew in the same place at the same time. Come on, what are we doing here? Give me some of that. Just gotta chuck this down in here. There's a little something something there. Now the wagon up here. Not gonna have. I don't think I'm gonna have the lanterns lit. Maybe we will. I don't know. We'll see. That could be interesting. Again, I might. This might all change. Who knows? The lantern. Well, the beacons will be lit. We'll light the beacons. The beacons of Gandalf's cart. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Now, I guess time zone wise, Landrest, have you had a chance to kind of recover a bit from that Eastern excursion? Because that time zone stuff, I mean, yes, it gets joked about a lot, but it ain't nothing, right, Landrast? The whole time zone thing. Yeah, that gets spicy. As someone who lives in different time zones but never leaves the house, that gets crazy. That's good, Landress. I wasn't sure because sometimes that can take a little bit. I still have a still have a bunch of stuff sitting on the resin printers that I haven't been able to do anything with for days. Hoping maybe well, let's see. I don't even think I'll have time after the stream here because I got to set up all that stuff for tomorrow. Here we're just going to use the Painsy Gray on Gandolphus here. Because reasons. More to Payne's Gray, I guess. Let's keep going with this. Is that okay? That was just a little bit of our dry brush stuff then. Okay. Now you still are you still doing the printing goes ever on stuff there, Landrast? I have a feeling I won't be printing out any of the new miniatures, but who knows? Maybe some of the terrain might be usable. I'm hoping anyway that he maybe still makes terrain that I could actually use. I think everything's got a little something on it now. It is funny that the grass that it put here, it does look like static grass. That's kind of humorous. Sure, we'll just grab some of this. Acid just gonna go here. Just chuck some of that here, whatever. Good enough. I guess we can start doing some. No, let's do this. Geez, almost forgot. Almost forgot this. Here, let me get this stuff even darker here on the main. Not anywhere near as pin line washy as what was there before, for obvious reasons. we want that running all over the place. We only need it here, and then over here. As we say hello to Face Story. Face Story, how you doing? Everybody please give Face Story a follow. Just like that, just like Face Story did. Thank you so much, Face Story. Appreciate that. Now, of course, Anna says, yeah, I never really thought to use the fireworks, so I don't know, like, say, for knocking down walls. Yeah, it never really occurred to me. Guess maybe I should have thought of that a little sooner. Thank you so much, Face Story. Appreciate that. Let's see what happens on our big old Gandalf 6 here. That's actually not too bad of a roll for the Gandalf there. I guess he likes his fireworks. Thank you so much, Face Story. Appreciate that. Face Story, I've had it happen multiple times. Actually, I know that you were Face Story because I think, well, yeah, I know you rated before, so I know that you were. Oh, you're not imagining that it does that all the time. Even my moderator got unfollowed, and he had to refollow me there. Face Story. Last night was a little bit different subject matter because it was Flat Thursdays, and we painted this here. Actually, the week before. That's Babylon 5 here. We call this Panoline Galactica here. So that was the Thursday before. Then the Thursday before that was, whoops, wrong. Well, there we go. Babylon 5 itself and Spacegate. So yeah, this is a little collection of just a few of our recent Flat Thursdays. That was part of our midway observations there. And of course, well, we've been painting some really interesting stuff. Like we call these the truffleites. They're basically, I don't know, fungus people. Yeah, been painting that. It's like that they're afraid of the hobbits though, because they think the hobbits are going to eat them. And then we did a whole bunch of Easterlings. We did 2 streams. Actually, last Friday, Saturday, that's what we were painting was Easterlings. And then again, something a little bit different here. This is part of our Armada Mondays this week. That is HMS Rodney right there. And of course, well, we might be painting one of these on stream very soon as well. It wouldn't probably be with this color scheme, probably be with a different color scheme. I think we've painted that one about 3 different ways so far. And of course, Face Story, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. And again, everybody please give Face Story a follow. We're painting with their oils like we always do here on the channel. Start to finish. This just had some dark brown primer on it 23 minutes ago. Oh, and of course, I know it's, well, now it's even here, it's July 5th, but we have a little bit of a 4th of July celebration there with all of the ugly dolls. So happy 4th of July to folks there. But yeah, Face Story, there's a bunch of people. Now, I don't know if it happens as often now as it used to, but that used to be all the time. There'd be like, I just was watching your stream yesterday. How the heck, and I know I followed, so how am I unfollowed already? Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe if it's a little less now than it used to be, but it definitely happens. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Face Story just posted. And again, please give Face Story a follow if you could. So Face Story, what were you working on the stream there? Of course, I keep thinking that it's earlier because for whatever reason, the people doing the fireworks stuff, I guess when I was out there waiting and waiting and waiting, and there was some fireworks, but now there's like the good stuff going on. It's like they waited quite some time because now the good stuff is starting, and it's 8 minutes after midnight here. Not sure what's up with that. Doing some Tyranids. Yeah, Face Story. We're all just bots now. That's it. We're all just bots. I went, yeah, okay. I'm gonna see if I can't. Oh yeah, we're just gonna do this a little bit here on the horse, and then we're gonna have to move on to another area. Give this a chance to set, of course. Yeah, we'll have to give this a chance to set. Nah, oh, you probably never did see the mounted baristas, or the mounted barristers. Those were very interesting unit of cavalry, to say the least. Now, also we have been doing a whole bunch of oh gosh, lots and lots of Battlefleet Gothic. We did an entire Orc fleet. We did a whole Tau fleet. We did more with our Space Croissants. That would be the Necrons. Did a bunch with them. Now that's got some of the green on it there. At some point, phase story, I will have to be doing a Tyranid fleet, and it's going to be it'll be colorful. Let's put it that way, because they wanted it to kind of be almost like a color shifting type of thing, where there's sort of like the green beetles that kind of go from green to violet to gold, whatever. So that will be interesting to see how that works on a BFG fleet. It was interesting painting the Tyranids in that color scheme, like regular Nids. Well, here we go. This is, again, first time here using the Naples yellow. Again, these are all Alkids. These are all the Alkids, so we have not used this before. Oh, thanks, Faye. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please check out that link that Faye posted. Please give Faye a follow, of course. Let's work in a little some of that over here. Sure. There we go. More of it over here. On the wagon wheels. Boy, it really did an interesting job of aging, and my little references over there. Did a good job of aging the wagon wheels. And okay, you might be, well, let's see, I think, I know Conquest is a lot of the stuff that we ought to get going on the stream as well, too. That'll probably be, don't be surprised if next Friday and Saturday you're seeing some Conquest stuff on stream. Armada Mondays, well, that is kind of, I think we'll probably be painting Gneisenau. Maybe that and Graf Spee, who knows? Probably won't know till Monday. Nice to see you there, Sam. So, Samster, I hope that you are also having yourself a fabulous. Well, again, now it's a Saturday here. I know there's some parts of the world where it's probably closer to Sunday than it is to Friday. And yeah, we're just kind of waiting on some of Gandalf's gray. Ironically, just to kind of set a little bit, and then we'll get to Gandalf there too. And boy, oh boy, we got to get back to all of our Tomb Kings, because we have tons of these. There's literally 9 of these guys here to paint up. So we got to get back to them too. So there we go. It's 5:12 in New Zealand. So yeah, Sam, most people they say, look, you live on Melbourne time anyway. You might as well just move to Melbourne. Well, I mean, that's not all that. That is not that far fetched because, well, I'm generally eating supper around here at 4:30 in the morning, which pretty much is dinner time in Melbourne. Well, Sam, that sounds really fun. Now, given that it's been somewhat toasty, I guess that also is not the worst thing ever either. It's been a little bit warm out there. Oh, I think I forgot to add. Well, here I'm going to actually use the. We're just going to use the genuine item here, Landris. There it is, Pearling Crimson. Actually, did you get that, Landrast? I know that you were thinking about and you were pondering getting that. Now, Sam, we always talk about it. Just it seems like winters are very different because here, winter means, and well, let's see. Well, I think even in Fahrenheit, you know, many days, say at -15, -20. That's Celsius. I wasn't sure if there is quite that kind of prolonged coldness down there. Because yeah, I'm not super sure that you guys have quite the coolness that we have, say, up here in the winter time. Because obviously, watching my Aussie rules football, it's winter time there. Generally in the 50s, maybe the 40s, which puts you in the single digits ish Celsius, something like that. Actually, yeah, yeah, Sam. That would be late spring for us. Yeah, late spring is 50 degrees or something like that. For sure. Create me a little bit of a green here. Let's get this a going. And then put a green one over there. Then we've got, oh, that's why it literally thought these were mushrooms. Okay. All right. But I'm going to maybe make them a brighter red here. Let's do that. Yeah, not quite the extremes here. Well, I'm guessing you don't have too many 100-degree temperature shifts in 48 hours. Or 24 hours, sorry, like we have had here. Yes, many times we've had it temperature change more than 50 degrees in just like a single day. Yeah, that was that one December. Let's see, it started out, it was one of those weird warm December days, about 63 degrees. 24 hours later, it was minus 43 degrees. Obviously, with the wind chill. But that set a record for a 100-degree temperature change in 24 hours. So if you're interested, come on up here. It's the only place you can experience all four seasons in one day. We used to say things like, oh, you can experience them all in 1 week. Now it's just all in one day. I am more and more tempted to make those glowy things. We'll see how it goes. Oh, and of course, we will we have a whole bunch of our spacescapes of Middle Earth. Okay, there's our Space Lion. Oh, there we go. There's Space Shire, Space Shadowfax. Oh, look at that. Space Gandalf, Space Balrog, Space Wolf, Space Sauron. Oh, and Space Australia. There it is. Uh, Southern Cross right there. So we did this on Anzac Day. Just again to a little homage for our friends south of the border. I'm gonna oh, here it is. There's my Payne's gray. We get a little bit of this, maybe violet in there. Let's start playing around with some of this here on his chapeau. So again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Face Story posted. Please give Face Story also a follow if you could. That would be very fabulous to do. Okay, I'm a little bit lighter there. This is 3D printed from Printing Goes Ever on my my mini factory. Actually, is printing no Printing Goes On is they are on my mini factory. I do their Patreon, so I don't usually kind of think of it in terms of my mini factory. Nice to see you there, Mom. Everybody say hello to Recoil's mom. So, Mom, oh, here we go. Wait a second. Wait a second. We got a little something, something for you there. Whoops, I already scrolled too far past. There we go. So there's a little 4th of July. I think I might have sent Recoil some, there wasn't as many good fireworks videos this year, Mom. Nothing at all like, say, the really nifty ones I got last year. So, yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't really the quite the fantastic ones that I captured last year. I'm pretty sure I sent you a bunch of those last year. But here's hope that everything goes well down there. I know that Rottweiler and Co have been kind of busy doing their stuff, so Recoil hasn't really been able to do a lot of the usual stuff that he would do with them. Sorry that I haven't been able to do the, what was that, the Tabletop Simulator, that's it. How's about we welcome in Metalhead Minis? So Metalhead Minis, welcome back. So Metalhead, I know I sent this to Lynn earlier, but there you go. A little 4th of July happiness for you right there. So great to see you there, Metalhead.
So say we all.
So Metalhead, well, you were playing a game, right, Metalhead? I think. Hopefully the game was super fun. So I saw you streaming there, and it's weird. Metal, no, I don't even want to say. I don't even want to say the G word. I don't even want to say the Gen Con word. You're like, we're still, we just finished up Origins. Don't be hitting us with Gen Con, right? Right, Metalhead. It's like, no Gen Con yet. But great to see you. And again, I hope that you could have yourself some fun today. Maybe maybe a little bit of chow, because that kind of day. But thank you so much for the raid, Metalhead. Oh, Metalhead. Here we go. This is what we did on stream last night. Right there. So a little more Babylon 5 love, of course. Actually, Metalhead, did you raid during Paneline Galactica? I could swear that you raided while we were painting this. Maybe maybe I was doing Easterlings or something. But yeah, I thought maybe you might have raided while we were painting Paneline Galactica there. and that's what it's going to be called from now on. Ooh, Metalhead. You know what? I'll try to send you this link. It's Thingiverse, a whole bunch of free files. He has a treasure trove of not just Babylon 5 stuff, but Battlestar Galactica stuff. And I mean dozens of ships. So there's something like 3 pages worth of B5 file. There's another 3 pages worth of BSG files. And I think these are reasonably detailed ships as well. So just if I forget, shoot me a message. Say, hey, could you send those that link to that STL? And again, they're just free. They're on Thingiverse. I mean, you might be able to find them just by Battlestar Galactica. Do a search on Thingiverse. I always forget about Thingiverse. I'm always first, obviously, My Mini Factory, followed by Cults 3D. So I usually kind of forget about Thingiverse. But if yeah, you want to check that out, those are. I haven't had a chance to print them out yet. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. So this one is it's either this month or last month's release from the Printing Goes Ever On. And I do believe now I've never actually had the regular so-called Gandalf on cart figure to know does he have the fireworks in the back of it or what he's got in the back of that. So here you go, Dark Horse. Happy 4th of July. Appreciate you being here, of course. And again, Mom, it's great to see you here. I hope that you're doing well. I felt bad, Mom, that the ruse had to be sacrificed again for the doggies. It's all for the greater good, Mom. Yes, some must be sacrificed. And yesterday, or that was the other thing, Mom, is that they snuck that game in. I recoil is like, how did we miss this game again? We almost missed the last one. Well, I almost missed the last one. I think he sort of actually kind of did miss the last one. It was, yeah, it was like the first game of the week. That's for sure. It must have been Thursday. Little Thursday night footy there. And it was a decent win. I mean, they were able to build. I don't know if it was necessarily a big percentage builder, but when it gets to be July, you got to start winning every game that you can. Let me push this down here again to start to get a little bit lighter on our Gandalf here for his beard. Letting that mix with all the stuff that is already on there. We already got lots of stuffs on there. That was the point of doing that that little glaze there. Now, Metalhead Minis. How extensive did they get with the old B5 ships? There was actually, well, they might still have them there, like this really gigantic game store that's here in well, it's in the suburbs, but they had those ships there. They probably still have them there. And I guess, yeah, I wasn't sure what kind of bases did it use. Did it have essentially kind of like the smaller battlecraft? Because I never had a chance to see it actually be played or anything like that. So thank you so much, Faye Story. Appreciate it. Faye, if you want to post your link one more time before you head off and start going to do some stuff there, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, boy oh boy. Now it is, it's 12:30, and now they're finally starting to really do the good fireworks. It's really weird. No idea what's going on. Why weren't they out there at 10, something like that, when it was a good prime time. I think I might just go on ahead then with a little teensy bit of a glow there. Not much. But Metalhead now these these now obviously a lot of them are his own original designs, but some of them are like the shadow ship version of the Earth Force cruisers and such. I do believe he's got, I think he's got two different Star Fury versions. At least Recoil was saying. We had to be kind of somewhat secretive in the chat last night because Camdes he's just watching B5 now, and I think he's in the second season. Oh, and Mom tell Recoil thanks for the link to the Space Above and Beyond, because I did actually get to see a portion of that first episode, and there was so much that I had forgotten about the show, and I knew it because I was telling him. I said, "Yeah, there's gonna be a ton of stuff about that show that I have forgotten." So I saw maybe like the first 30 minutes of it or so. Well, again, everybody, please give Metalhead Mini a follow. And Metalhead, if you want to share any links in the chat, now if there's any, well, speaking of Gen Con, if there's any Gen Con stuff that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. Oh, in Metalhead, these are finally starting to actually dry. Yeah, these are finally starting to dry. Oh, here we go. That's right, because this just went up on the Patreon today. So we started. This is an unusual army painting series because we've never done one. Essentially, Battlefleet Gothic. And here was again it was well, episode one is all about basing. So here was this is the episode where we painted up the bases. We had to figure out a whole new color scheme for that. Oh, and Metalhead, here was our Monday stream for Armada Monday. There's Rodney right there. Let me get a little bit more of our yellow on that. You know what? Maybe that one too. Fine, whatever's. Whatevs. Oh, there's more of them down in here. I didn't even see those. Okay. We'll get to these. Oh, there's another. So they were actually shrooms. When it was doing when I had the AI creating these references here, I'm like, there's no mushrooms back here. Why are you making mushrooms? But there actually were shroom. Oh, there's a whole nother set of them over. Oh wow, there's even more than I thought. Okay, well we got to do more here. That is hilarious that the neighbor went to sleep and now the real good fireworks are going off. Well, tried to go to sleep. I'm sure they ain't sleeping right now. So everybody, please check out the links there that Metalhead Minis just shared. Please give Metalhead Minis a follow. So again, appreciate you being here, Metalhead, and thank you so much for the raid. So yeah, Metalhead, the Grand Fleet Admiral on My Mini Factory. He has a whole ton of uh, ships. Now they're not super detailed. I will say that they don't have tons and tons of detail on it, but they print out very easily, and they're very easy to paint up as well. So that is Grand Fleet Admiral Tabletop on My Mini Factory. So go check that out. I really think those are some pretty nifty files. I think now I might actually end up with all of his files. I might just have all of them soon enough. Let's do this. So Armada Mondays are going to be well stocked. We'll have plenty between our 1/1800 scale ships and all of these, all the BFG ships. We're going to have tons and tons of it to paint. So Metalhead, everybody, please tune in. Was that Tuesday? That's Tuesday, basically morning, right? Metalhead, because BFH he starts pretty early. He's, what maybe 6 or 7 Central there, Metalhead, something like that. So again, everybody, give Metalhead minis a follow. Also, Metalhead, if you want to shout out Brush for Hire too. Again, the Armored Wolf, he's doing an event today. So he is not going to be here. He would usually be doing all of that sort of stuff. So if you don't mind shouting yourself and him out there, okay. So six. Oh, it was right in between. I bracketed that, Metalhead. I bracketed the start time there. So again, everybody, please give Metalhead Minis a follow. Man, there's way more fireworks back here than I thought there were. I did not realize there was this much back here. Now again, I never had the original Gandalf with on the cart, so I have no idea what was actually in the back of his cart. In the old file, I have no idea. Or not the old file, but the old miniature. Geez, there's more of these down in here. Yeah, Metalhead, I don't even know how to do it at all. Again, that was always Armored Wolf being nice enough, and well, Armored Wolf, right? Metalhead. Now, Metalhead, you'll probably be like, well, what are you? Are you some kind of sadistic whatever? But you don't have any conventions in between. Now, Gen Con, right, Metalhead? This is it's more just a sanity check because that would definitely lead to some Cthulhu-like madness, wouldn't it, Metalhead? To have to deal with one more in between now and Gen Con. That would definitely be legit Mountains of Madness type stuff there. Now, well, here's hoping you can survive it there, Metalhead. Because, well, we all know that Gen Con that is one heck of an effort. Actually, Metalhead, if you want to advertise any of the classes or the paint and take stuff that you're doing there, sorry, Metalhead. I should have thought of that, like, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. But yeah, you want to share any of the stuff about the classes or the paint and take and the contest over there at Gen Con, please go ahead and do that. So Dark Horse, this is as close as the camera can go. I've got it zoomed in because here you'll see what it's like not zoomed in. There you go. There's the camera not zoomed in. So yeah, Dark Horse, I have no idea if the GW version has fireworks in the back of it. Again, this is 3D printed. This is from The Printing Goes Ever On. They were actually the very first of all the Middle Earth strategy battle game figs that I ever printed. So yeah, Metalhead, if you wanted to share those, again, I should have thought of that a whole bunch sooner. Sorry about that, Metalhead. Again, kind of distracted here. It was okay. We actually did get a chance to do a bit with the neighbor. Oh, here we Landrest. I want to be doing a video. Oh, that's it. Yes, I wanted to maybe take this bust here to experiment with this Naples yellow and the Terra Rosa. So can that be sort of like a brilliant yellow pale for skin tones? That doesn't really work in the same way that brilliant yellow pale does for other stuff, but maybe for skin tones. And of course, Dark Horse, if there's anything you wanted to share in chat, maybe some stuff you've been working on, whatever's. Well, please go ahead and do that. Like always, it is. I'm still hearing the fireworks going. So maybe somebody was visiting somebody else really late. But I was out there. I was out there waiting for my big fireworks show. It's like, where was my fireworks show? I mean, there was some. It wasn't like there was nothing, but not the usual kind of display we have here in the neighborhood. By the way, we're not even 1 hour in here, so we're just kind of starting to lay things out here, trying to figure out what is going where. And again, this is a 3D printable file from Printing Goes Ever On. We've done tons and tons and tons of Printing Goes Ever On stuff, and I mean a lot. Pretty much lost track of how many Printing Goes Ever On figures I've done over the years. And I think since 2020. Like I said, some of the very first figures that I ever painted as far as 3D printed ones. Again, that's just kind of mixing with what is already here. So everybody check out the Gen Con mini painting. Oh, so Metalhead, is it, can you pre-convention, I don't want to say enter your stuff, but fill out your paperwork, Metalhead? I know you're supposed to do it online, but can you actually do that, say, in advance of the convention? I meant to ask because I thought, oh, that would be nifty if you could. Yeah, I think you could do that for Resin Beast. So that's why I thought to ask you. I thought, oh, I wonder if you can do that for Gen Con there. So the link is in the rules, so you can fill out that stuff ahead of time. So you can fill it out ahead of time, right, Metalhead, and then pay the stuff there at Gen Con. Actually, Metalhead, you know what? Well, here's some homework for you, because I know you don't have enough stuff to do. If you could just shoot me just the links to that real quick, because I can just fill that stuff out tomorrow or something like that. So yeah, if you don't mind doing that, then I wouldn't forget, because otherwise, you know how it is. I'll just forget. So yep, Metalhead. This is 3D printed again from Printing Goes Ever On. And now you can find their stuff on my mini factory. I do the Patreon stuff. And I do believe this is one of the more recent, if it's not the June release, there was at least a May release for Printing Goes Ever On. It was one of those two releases that I don't know exactly.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun,
Yeah, Cam, I couldn't resist. Could not resist, right? Thank you so much, Kristen. I appreciate that. You shall not, well, maybe you can. Hey, since I'm apparently talking to myself here, Did you see that the load of fireworks you got? He's like, yeah, man, this is gonna be party time at Bilbo's. It's like, well, yeah, I know party time at Bilbo's, but have you ever thought like, oh, I don't know, maybe you shoot those at the Balrog? It's like, why would you do that? You can't have fireworks indoors. He's like, no, I'm thinking like so you don't die when you try to fight him with a glow stick and a kitchen knife. Thank you so much, Kristen. Appreciate that. What's going to happen on our big old Gandalf 6 here? Ooh, that's not a bad roll. Not a bad roll. So yeah, actually, Metalhead. Metalhead. So for the unit things, right? You want to have them on some kind of a little tray or something, right? Um, I wasn't sure. I'd have to look at the rules to see if there's any limitations on size there. But for these, I was going to magnetize them, and then have them basically on a tray that also is magnetized, so that it'd be way easier to handle. So people don't have to be very ginger, worrying about figures falling off of the thing or whatever. So yeah, again, everybody check out those links that Metalhead was kind enough to post there. You're going to be at Gen Con and you want to participate in the contest. Uh, it's going to be a whole lot easier for you if you fill out the paperwork ahead of time. You would also make it a little bit easier for the folks doing the Gen Con thing too. And lots of fabulous prizes, right, Metalhead? Actually, Metalhead, I think you were saying you've got some manufacturer awards. You got a manufacturer award too, I think. No problem, Nerkamda, no problem. Okay, so you would want them. Let me see. Do I have something? So I guess. So I was thinking Metalhead. Let's say if somebody had a typical Warhammer unit. So I guess do you want things multi-based? Actually, I got a picture here. Here we go. Here we go. So are you wanting things multi-based like that, Metalhead? Or can they be obviously on separate bases? Like, oh, here we go. So here, obviously, so this is what they would look like, Metalhead. They would look like this. So it would all be together, and they would be magnetized on a tray like that. So that was what I was thinking about for those. So yeah, okay, that's because that's definitely something that definitely needs as much clarification as possible. I wonder if people actually heard that. So there's definitely, again, it's like, man, oh man, I was waiting and waiting and waiting for the really decent fireworks. Nothing happened, and now all of a sudden, all the good stuff's happening. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning here, and I wasn't going to keep on waiting because I had to start the stream at some point. So yeah, Metalhead, that's what I was talking about with those. Is they're not going to be, well, they'll be individual figs, but they will be on a specially constructed tray like what you saw there. Let me do this. Ooh, blending brush. Blending brush. There we go. More of that here. We're letting you up over here too. Blending brush, where you hiding? Actually, Metalhead, I've been printing out a whole bunch of shrooms and other funguses to be able to construct a again the unified base form. Let's do a little bit more of our light down here, maybe. Yeah. So Asurian, how you doing? Asurian, I think this might count as Gandalf number 7. I mean, well, I guess technically, do we have another? Where's he hiding? There he is. So does Space Gandalf also count there? And by the way, I think I have. Oh yeah, we did paint him already. Here he is. Yeah, you think we're gonna run out of Gandalfs, huh? Now this, of course, is Grumpy Shadowfax. This is Happy Shadowfax. So there are two different Shadowfax. This is Grumpy Shadowfax. This one is Happy Shadowfax. Almost forgot about that. Well, Surian, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Actually, Metalhead, if there's something that like, oh, actually, hey, Metalhead, how is Lynn doing on the, what the heck is that called? The big ship that she's painting for ReaperCon. I know that there's been just a bazillion different things going on over the last 2 months. So hopefully Lynn's been able to get at least a little something here and there done on the big ship, as I know that's something that has definitely been on her mind. Assyrian, unfortunately, with Grumpy Shadowfax, Guahir got to him, and Guahir said, "So why you letting that guy ride on top of you? Are you his own personal Uber? What's going on? What's the deal there? You're the king of horses." So that's why, and of course, he thinks it's really more like Shandofax. He thinks it's no, he thinks it's a Shandoff. He thinks it's Gandalfax. Yeah, and again, Guahir got to Shadowfax and got him thinking like, hey, this is no good for me. Yeah, I figured Metalhead between all the other stuff plus the conventions and everything. Actually, Metalhead, hopefully things are going okay there for you too. Sorry, I should have asked that like right away. I kind of asked all the other things first. And again, for all the folks that are thinking about going to Gen Con soon enough, there's the classes, there's the paint and take, there's the contest, and that's all at Gen. That's all in the convention center up on that second floor. As geographically as far away from the Badger airbrush booth as you could possibly be, and still be in the same building. Which that's always hilarious there, Metalhead. So we got some looks like some Discord links from Asuria in there. So go check out those Discord links from Asurian. Yeah, that Metalhead is just of all the place, like Armored Wolf, potentially is like the closest you could possibly be to be in the dealer's room and to the to the hobby area there. Whereas Ken, now much as I do enjoy proximity to say certain facilities, which nature does require you to visit here and there, uh, it is literally as far away from everything else as possible. Well, but that's okay. We're going to be doing some darker glazy things over the top of this anyways, so no big deal. No biggie. Now again, programming note for the stream tomorrow. I am hoping that I can get a whole bunch, and I mean like a whole bunch, of Harad Merchant Guard prep. These are the old metal ones. So genuine, 100% metal Harad Merchant Guard. Lots of lots of sand bases that I gotta make. Better be making those tonight. Which means, oh, I gotta get out the Daz Air Dry Clay, wherever the heck that is. It's been a long time since I last made those. All right, let's get this going now. A little something, something as well. Oh yeah, let's for the horsey here. We gotta. I think we can maybe get back to him now. I think he's had a chance to set, so yeah, I think we're good to go there. So great to see you again there, Azurian. And of course, for all the folks to whom it applied, here's hoping that you had yourself a happy 4th of July. Now, of course, if you look and see for folks that haven't maybe been here in a while, there's a new chat point reward. Let's put it this way: if the autocorrect messes with your post, you can claim vengeance on the autocorrect monster. So that's a new chat point reward there. I don't know if they're listed like in the order of newness or not, but if they are, it would be the one on the bottom probably because it's the newest one. Oh wait. Let's do this here. We'll grab you and maybe some of you for these shrooms here. Well, they're fireworks, but they're shrooms. And as I'm sitting there doing again the references down in the lower left and right hand corners, I was like, why in the world is GPT treating these fireworks like they're mushrooms? They are not mushrooms. Well, they are. They are quite literally look exactly like mushrooms. I thought they were all just, well, the regular fireworks, and boy was I wrong. Is there another shroom over there? Okay, no more shrooms over there, alright. So again, this file right here, this is from Printing Goes Ever On. And if it's not the June release, it's the May release. Yeah, definitely not the July release. That I do know. Fine, we'll just mix some of this in there. Start breaking some of that down. And that one's supposed to go there. That means blending brush goes in there and erases that. Boy, oh, here's, okay. It's because they're down in here. That's where they're all hiding. Is down in there. Alright. Fine, do that. Be that way. He's got enough fireworks in there, enough firepower in here to bring down Barad. He could like take down the Black Gate of Barad-dûr just with this stuff right here that he's got in this cart. Man, oh man, he's looking like an arms dealer here. I mean, as we know, Elrond is the mob boss of Middle Earth, so maybe he's taking this to he's smuggling this stuff into to Rivendell or something like that, I guess. Let me darken down this bridle a little bit here. Come on. Okay, successful with that. Yes, I do believe this wizard is wanted in The Hague for various offenses. Get some of our. So this is a new thing. We're playing around with this Naples yellow here. Again, it's a. Let's see. It was one of the colors that Kathy's sister sent me. And we were doing actually some skin tones with it, and I thought, oh, maybe we get an Alkyd version of that. So that is the Windsor Newton Gamlin version of the Naples Yellow. So Metalhead wasn't sure if you're going to be heading off to sleep pretty soon here. Now that it's 1 o'clock for both of us. And I know you got tons of stuff I'm sure that you still have to do. Yeah, do tomorrow, and again another show to deal with before Gen Con. And of course, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Thanks, Metalhead. So yeah, Metalhead, I'll try to get all that stuff all filled out super soon here. Just to have it out of the way so I don't forget, right? Because I will. I will forget. And Armored Wolf has he tries to remind me about stuff, but he's got so much stuff that he's doing. All right, there we go. So that's interesting. We're taking again that new Naples yellow, got it mixed up with essentially Mars red. Oh, and Metalhead, I wasn't sure if. Well, here I'll get to those links there, Metalhead, to those ships there, to all those STL files. I think again they're all free. I think you're really gonna like them. We also want to say thanks to Liam. How you doing there, Liam? Thank you so much for the raid. That is appreciated. And of course, well, as you can see by what's in Gandalf's cart here, we're still celebrating the 4th of July. So happy 4th of July now, 5th of July for a whole bunch of folks. So thanks so much, Metalhead. Appreciate that. And of course, this is a 3D printed. This is from this. I think he is on my mini factory too. This is from the Printing Goes Ever On. We've done tons and tons and tons of stuff from the Printing Goes Ever On. Actually, a whole bunch of eagles too. That's right. So Liam, I know you just finished your stream, but if you want to share something in the chat, again, you probably won't be able to share what you were just working on a few seconds ago, unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth or whatever. But if you want to share something, please go ahead and do that as well. That'd be fabulous. Now our stream last night was a little bit different. We were doing some flat art again, and that was our subject last night. A little bit of 2D art last week. We call this Panel Line Galactica right here. So again, a little bit of 2D art. We do those on Thursdays. Monday was this because we do Armada Monday. So we paint ships of some kind, whether they are ships like that, sometimes 28 millimeter ships, or also sometimes ships like this, some Battlefleet Gothic stuff, and kind of everything in between. So again, Liam, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Then, of course, the raid is appreciated. Thank you so much. We are using oil paints here. 1 hour 21 minutes ago. Total amount of paint on this figure here was nothing. It's basically this dark brown primer. That's what it was. Well, everywhere. Looks a little different now. And again, we've just been painting this for what, 81 minutes. And the oils are all start to finish, basically wet into wet. No acrylic pre-painting or anything like that, just straight up oils. Whether it's 2D art, whether it's a miniature, whether it's a bust, diorama, doesn't matter, or terrain. Because yes, we do paint quite a bit of terrain here. I mean, here's some examples right here. Some of our painted terrain, painted all this on stream. We continue, let me continue to throw some more of the light on our horse's face here. Let's get his noses a little bit lighter, maybe two. And then at some point we have to move away from the horse seat and let that paint have a chance to set. Because otherwise, that is going to be a little bit, yeah, we don't want to be piling up the paint there too much. We want to give that a chance to set. I'll take this kind of an olive green. We'll mix it. Same stuff we were just using, but with the Tarosa. That's the Naples yellow there. Except now it's going to be almost more of a greenish color here. Now it's going to go on to the cart again. Start to develop maybe some of the little wood planks there. So yeah, you can definitely, and we've done some videos on this. Let's say all your oil paints are dry or whatever, you want to use acrylic over the top of them, you can do that. Obviously the acrylics will be dry. If you want to paint oils over the acrylics, that is also fine. We've again done many tutorials like that. It all depends what you need it to do. If that's going to work best for you, then that is the best way. Surian, one of the things I'll be doing is painting some more photo backdrops. I especially need them for the 1800 scale ships here. So I'm going to try and paint something for them. We'll see how it goes. I'm not quite sure how we approach it yet, but I think we can manage something maybe for those. That's it. And Asurian, you got a chance to share. Yeah, you got a chance to share your stuff there. The Discord links right in the chat. And everybody, hopefully you checked out those links that Asturian posted a little while ago. Let me see if I can't start to maybe work in even more of a lighter yellow here on our fireworks. Let me get all that stuff out of there. You know, I'm going to get me a little bit of thinner on that as well. Start breaking that down. Okay. No, gotta break that down some more. That's a little too thick there. Now I think we're getting somewhere. Maybe even break it down a little more. And that's just too late in general. Easy enough to just knock that back down again. But I think when we get the darker, little grate over the top of this, these lights are going to look that much lighter. Everything is, as always, it's always relative. Start to lighten up these fireworks a little bit more, perhaps. Nah, this side too. We might do the rest with a bit of a blending brush. And of course, any brush can be a blending brush. You usually want that to be a brush that's going to be kind of a softer type of brush. Believe it or not, cheap little craft brushes can work really well for something like that. Back to our greener. Maybe let's get some of our radiant green out there. What's that going to look like? Yeah, I wish we didn't have all of the ropes on these things, because then I could paint the little spiral patterns on here with all the ropes on there. That does make it kind of not really a viable thing. Here we are. Yeah, some of our lighter green there. And do I have some of my Harad figs out here? Okay, we've got we'll be doing a bunch of those again. If I can get those prepped for the stream tomorrow. Lots of merchant guard. Where's my? Oh, I think they're on the other table. That's it. That's right, cause yeah, that's right, cause I was working on the terrain. No, that's not really going to be a soft enough brush. What about this one? This one might work. This one will. There we go. Now we got ourselves a blending brush. Over here too. And all of this again, 100% oils. There was no zenithal. There was no nothing. There was just some basically dark brown primer right around that color. It is the ebony flesh primer. That's it from Badger. We use that all the time.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, B-dubs. Appreciate that. How you doing there, B-dubs? And of course, There's that for you, B Dubs. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And of course, happy 4th of July there, B Dubs. We could use a little bit of rations there, B Dubs. Thank you so much. So B Dubs had fun last night on another Flat Thursdays Babylon 5 themed. And B Dubs, I potentially, oh my gosh, I could have years worth of Babylon 5 and Battlestar Galactica STL files to print out. Check out Thingiverse. There's somebody that, and again, I would ask, and I'm going to do this for sure, since he's offering them for free, that you try to, when if you post them on the Insta, whatever, give him some kind of a shout out there on Thingiverse. Speaking of shout outs, how about we shout out Bearded Celt? So, Bearded Celt, I hope that you had a blast on the stream. See what I did there? See what I did there? Yeah, that's what I said. You don't get that kind of wordsmithing just anywheres. So, happy 4th of July there, Bearded Celt. And same thing there, B-Dub. Same thing. Now, actually, B-Dubs, I know it doesn't, it takes like 3 people to get one of these going, but I think it's, we should have one even just for the 4th of July. Here we go. What is that? What is that sound? That is this sound right here. There it is, Hype Train. All aboard the Linseed Express. There you go, Hype Train. Hype Train for B-Dubs. Yeah, it's been a little while since we had one of those a rockin' and a rollin'. Hype Train. There it is. And also, again, another little programming note here. All of our past sessions, so you want to see this, let's say you don't get to see the whole thing, you want to watch the rest of it, it's eventually going to be on here. This is that second YouTube channel we keep talking about. There's no ads on this thing because, well, you can't have highlights anymore on Twitch. That's what this is going to replace. So the highlights that used to be on Twitch, they're going here. No ads, nothing like that. So Bearded Celt, we had a lot of fun here on Monday. So this is our first stream of the week there, painting up Rodney in a late war scheme there. And again, everybody please give Bearded Celt a follow. And of course, Bearded Celt, like always, you want to post something in the chat, go on ahead and do that. Appreciate the raid, of course. Where's the... here we go. Let's get some of our lighter blues going here. Now, these are the alkyd oils. I will say that. They are different from the regular oils. Obviously, okay, they dry faster, yeah. But there are some other differences as far as doing the whole pre-glaze, staining, that kind of stuff. Well, they're not really going to do that very well. That is not what they do. That's for sure. We found that out as we experimented with them. No problem there, Bearded Celt. No problem. But again, I'm glad that I know it's kind of a high-level challenge and everything, very difficult. But I hope that reasonably satisfied with it. I know that we're always our own worst critics, right, Bearded Celt? So B-Dubs, if you check out the lower left and right hand corners, I actually photographed this thing, went into GPT, and I said, all right, here, colorize this, and then put the flowers on either side of the road, because that's what's going to be here. Here we go. We are going to use the homemade flower tufts, grass and flower, because I have tons of those now. So we're going to have a whole like flower-lined road for them. Bearded kilt, definitely be sure again to. I know it's hard to be patient with ourselves, right? I know for me, like all of the stuff I'm trying to do with the videos and everything else, I keep thinking, well, I should be way ahead of where I am now. But learning that stuff is difficult, especially when you're just trying to basically learn it by pressing buttons, right, Bearded Kilt? So definitely, again, B is give yourself a little room there to try and absorb everything. Yeah, I know that's not the easiest thing because we really feel like, well, gee whiz, how are we not already doing all this stuff? We should be able to just do this immediately. Hey there, Rottweiler. So Rottweiler, I hope you had a blast. Actually, lots of blasts. And of course, happy 4th of July there, Rottweiler. Everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. Of course, Rottweiler, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? Because all the stern guard are done, right, Rottweiler? So yeah, Rottweiler. What you said? That's the roll call, the finger roll call. As long as 10 are counted and present, then 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 it's a win, right, Rottweiler? Everybody check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Please give Rottweiler a follow. Rottweiler, actually, I guess, well, Recoil was saying you kind of got a lot of tournaments and stuff going on right now. So, because I was just about to ask if you were, going to be doing any streams this coming week or whatever. But I know that you're kind of right now really kind of inundated with the tournaments. I mean, that's what you were making the Stern Guard for, right? Is for those events. Now, I'm guessing, Rottweiler, the battle report stuff, is that something you kind of start diving into after the tournament season then? Boy, and I remember you painting the space puppies there. Now, maybe we do a little bit of a darker glazy thing on some of these too. That's fabulous there, Rottweiler. Now, Rottweiler, you're not doing the Gen Con thing, right? So you don't have to worry about that. I guess when is the next tournament? When is that? The last tournament that I did, oh, it had to have been. Oh, it was the Bolt Action tournament. That's right. Yes. So here's hoping that all your battle report stuff is going to be super fun. I know it's a lot of work, right? Right where those battle reports, if it's on, if it's a 1 hour thing on YouTube, it's I know for me it was upwards of 27 hours worth of work to get that 1 hour of stuff on YouTube. So these crazy shroom fireworks here, just trying to get some stuff on here before we start putting our little white or lighter dots on these. So again, Beta, appreciate you doing that. Not too much of that down here. I mean, it is, they're kind of down in the shadows right there. And again, all of this, that's all going to be. You can see the flowers and the grass there on the side of the road, and the reference images. That is what you're going to see on this when the time comes. Maybe a little bit more of the white there, less of the yellow. Too much globbed on there. Let's get rid of some. There we go. So B Dub, here's hoping that your day was super fun. You had lots of fun. Chow. I hit the jackpot there as the neighbors brought over a whole bunch of tasty vittles. And I mean a whole bunch of vittles. I still got vittles from them to eat tomorrow. Plus, I was at the time they didn't see me because I was in the back making vittles for myself. Basically extended rations that will be frozen and hopefully consumed for maybe a couple of months or so, like I used to do in the old days. A whole bunch of different types of brats. Some of them were like Italian sausage type things, and actually those are going to get diced up and actually put in some of the ravioli dishes, believe it or not. Yes. Barbecue and ravioli combined. There you go. This is a cuisine channel, right, Rottweiler? Why do you think we're painting the space croissants on here? Necrons, for those that are wondering what in the world a space croissant is. Any more of this? Okay, we got that. Nothing there. Ooh, over here. Okay. Fine. We'll get that. Oh, by the way, 1 hour 42 minutes ago, how much paint was on Gandalf in his cart here? There was none. This is a 3D print from The Printing Goes Ever On. Essentially the very first STL file creator that I ever got stuff from. I had the Artisan Guild stuff initially, but since I knew the sculptor, I was a little bit different. This was the first kind of like sculptor that I didn't already know. And again, been doing stuff from. I wonder if I'll get some of my weathering powders in there. Yeah, but doing this stuff from Printing Goes Ever On for years now, like literally almost 5 years. I think when it gets to be, say, maybe September-ish or so, September, October, it'll definitely be 5 years of doing Printing Goes Ever On stuff. Sounds about right there, Asturian. Sounds about right. You know, I'm just gonna do some of this first here. Oh, there is some more of that green. We're dead. Okay. Fine, we'll use this one. That'll work good enough. I knew there was some green that was hiding down here. Gotcha. So geez, yeah, we're at with all the tournaments there. I mean, is that going to take you all the way into, say, September, or is it just kind of real heavy right now, July, maybe a little bit of August? Come on. Slide you up there. And oh, actually, Mum was in the chat earlier there, Rottweiler. So we're doing a big hello to Mum there in the chat. Try and lighten you up a little. Ooh, okay, that's a whole lot of stuff on there. But I do still kind of have to lighten that up a little bit more. Yes, it's in shadow and all that from his chapeau. Thank you so much, Doji. Appreciate that. And of course, Doji, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So Doji, I'm sure you had a fabulous baked goods acquisition. And here, I think I sent you. I don't know if I sent you one of these, Doji. I just made this for everybody because I think I'm gonna have to do that more often. I'm gonna have to make lots of ugly doll creations there to send to folks for various holidays and times of years. Cause it's super fun doing that. I gotta say. That's great, Doji. So today was more barbecue run than bakery run, of course. And again, that thanks to the folks next door for supplementing all the stuff that I was cooking with all the stuff that they cooked, which was delish. I mean, holy smokes, that was. There's still more to be eaten tomorrow. That's how much they brought over. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures by Doji. So again, be sure to check that out. See how that paint sticks on there real nice and easy? That wouldn't have happened if we had done this, I don't know, even 15 minutes ago. With the oil paints, timing is crucial, and you don't want to be a hasty little hobbit, ironically enough. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Thanks, Doji. This is from the Printing Goes Ever On, and I have been waiting to paint a Gandalf on cart for years and years and years, Doji. I don't remember, like multiple times on stream, I kept saying, why is nobody? I do all of these, let's see, Dandelion in the middle, or Medberry, Diwali, Printing Goes Ever On, Kurz Look, all these different, Lord of the Rings folks, and none of them had done a Gandalf on cart until now. Well, better late than never. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Wizard's never late. He's never on time either. Whoa, whoa, I think he learned a little something from Shadowfax there. Yeah, now Shadowfax has made an appearance. And I think little Horsey here must have had a little talk with Shadowfax or something, because that's a little bit of sass back on Gandalf there, Valfera. Valfera was kind of funny, but we did not have anywhere near the kind of pyrotechnics that we had the last 2 years until, of course, after I started the stream at about 11:40. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, let's start doing some good fireworks. It's like, you got to be kidding me. So great to see you there, Valfera, and of course, I think I sent you one of these, right? This is never going to get old. Absolutely love this right here. So happy 4th of July. I think I'll have to send you some more. I think I might have sent you some pictures of the chow that I was making. Remember all those plants, all those roots that I had to rip out and everything? Valfera finally got vengeance on those. I used those to cook with today. Valfera, it's totally safe. That's why he's got his lit pipe over here in front of a thing full of fireworks. So it's got to be totally 100% safe, right? Right, Valfera? I mean, what could possibly go wrong? I mean, I'm trying to picture what could possibly go wrong. I can't. I'm just not able to think of anything that maybe could go a little bit astray. Oh, that's right. That is right. Happy birthday, Valfera. Everybody give Valfera a happy birthday in the chat. Sorry about that, Valfera. I was like, oh, there's something I wanted to share with Valfera. Oh yeah, that's right. It was your birthday. That's again, Valfera. I'll get there eventually. It might take a while, but appreciate that, Valfera. Me, mm, these things they had a little bit of an issue with the printing here. So yeah, Valfera. I just I always imagine for anybody when they're a young kid, right? I mean, it's a little bit different maybe when you get older, but as a young kid, what it's like. And of course, what is it? Nobody ever wants to be a Christmas baby or anything like that. That's like the one thing you don't ever want to be. Let me do this. Get some of the darks up here. Oh, and Valfera, there is our results from last night. Again, a couple of the Star Furies. Now, Valfera, I could swear that I shot you some links to that those STL files, the ones on Thingiverse. I'm still downloading those, Velfira, as in like raw downloads. They haven't been unzipped or anything. They're just the raw downloads right now. It's going to be at least another entire day of trying to do the all the unzip all that stuff. I don't even have it hashed out into separate, B5 or Battlestar Galactica categories. It's all just kind of lumped together right now, anyway. Give me a little bit more of that dark stuff over the top. Oh, and by the way, not even 2 hours ago, how much paint was on here? There was none. There was some dark brown primer. Other than that, not a whole bunch. And Velfira, now I only got a chance to see about the first 30, maybe 35 minutes of it, but Recoil sent me a link to that Space Above and Beyond YouTube thing he was talking about. And there was some stuff that I remembered, but boy oh boy, there was a lot of, as I mentioned, there was a lot of stuff that I had forgotten. Oh, and Velfira, hey Velfira, now of course, it wouldn't be fair for you to come on the stream and for me not to give you homework. A friend of mine just reminded me there was another ship that I have not had a chance to paint ever, and it's from another show that I actually like, Serenity, Velfira. Yes, I think that's what I'll paint next Thursday coming up, is Serenity. So I got to find me some good pictures of that. Because, yeah, I never ever got a chance to paint that. Because by the time that show came along, I wasn't really doing the sci-fi 2D stuff anymore. Thanks, Velfira. Printing goes everyone. He does. Now, again, his horses used to be, I think, maybe more stylized than they are now. But they tend to be pretty good. Velfira, I'm pretty sure that I've seen, you know how Game Buddy every so often you'll see their little ad in Facebook, Insta, whatever. I could swear that I saw the Game Buddy ad for their Serenity. If you're wondering why in the world this topic is coming up, it's because somebody that I was just sending some greetings to, they were playing the Firefly board game, and I guess they actually managed to win. Here we go. Hey Valfira, guess what? Tragedy is now going to be triumph because you can claim vengeance now. You have been unjustly wronged by the autocorrect monster there, Valfira. So yes, indeed. I want to claim some vengeance because I had something really fun, and of course the autocorrect monster completely messed it up. So yes, if you want to claim vengeance on the autocorrect monster, that's just fine with me. Yes, and again, if anybody has in the chat, if the autocorrect monster should do you wrong, you do what Valfera just did, and that now we expose him. Once he has been exposed, because obviously, evil likes to live in the shadows and in the dark corners. So if we expose the autocorrect monster to the light of day, or at this point to the light of 1:40 in the morning, that will again reduce his power, of course. So yes, if you have been wronged by the autocorrect monster, that is a way you can claim vengeance. That's another thing that's not going to get old, Valfira. At least not for me. That is not going to get old. So Valfira, the one that I always think of is well, there's several different versions. It's just called Toe, as in Toe. Now we always called that version, the black version of him, Secret Agent Toe. And whenever Kathy would be what was the one? Is it Mission Impossible or any of those shows with those kind of theme songs? That was that's what he was. He was like a secret spy. Yes, Toe was always a secret spy. But I think I sent you a whole collection of the uglies, right? And then the one Pusheen cat that has one of these lights to make the cupcake look like it's illuminated. Actually, Velfer, I gotta take a picture of that and I gotta do an animation of that. That would be hilarious. My niece would love that. Oh yeah, she would really love that. She's all about the Pusheen. You know what? I never really did get any of the lighter gray back here. Let's do that. Well, Velfer, technically, Velfer, there's a tiny little bit over here. There's a teensy little bit. If the lanterns didn't print out very well, so unfortunately, that's why we're kind of minimizing those a little bit, is because they got a little bit skewered. Actually, I think those new printing settings, I don't know, I'm not so sure those are working. It seemed like initial success, but now it doesn't quite seem that way. of our lighter gray here, sure. But boy, it went from very boisterous all of a sudden to complete silence. I guess somebody must just had a really late start to their fireworks show because again, maybe that was probably the one that I kept saying, "Oh, wait for this show, wait for the show. There's a big show coming." Ah, more of our lighter gray over here too, sure. So wish me luck, Valfira, as I try to get all of those Harad guys prepped for tomorrow. Again, trying to prep 12 of them. I believe I've got 4 blister packs with 3 each. Valfira, that's there was Kathy would actually sing that, Valfira. I could swear there was even like an advertisement or something, Valfira. They were using that song in some kind of an ad, and of course we would always break out Toe for that. Is that just the more the that's more the rope there? Okay, oh that wasn't supposed to go there. So we'll have to redo that. Let's get the fine. We'll use the Naples yellow for that. I'm trying to figure out, Velfair, where the heck we can put this so that we can have him as a character on the channel here for future streams. I'm not sure quite where he's going to go. Yeah, there was different ugly dolls and other we called them the taters. There were certain theme songs that they liked. Oh, what was it? Perry Mason. Yeah, Jiro and Trunco had their own little thing that they would do to the Perry Mason theme song. So again, just trying to get a little face there for Gandalf. Maybe I'll switch him this away here, and then you can see the face a little bit easier. So yeah, okay, well now we've been working on him for 2 hours. That's it, just the 2 hours. There was no zenithal. There was no acrylic stuff. We just had the darker primer, and we just started to hammer away with the oil
Hello,
paint
little
straight
hobbits.
away.
Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Fizzbird. Appreciate that. He's like, yeah. So I don't know if you heard the news, but the other guy. So you mean like Radagast is like, no, 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 the dude in the white. It's Saruman, yeah. It's like, well, he's got like a different use for those fireworks. Maybe you would give those to me so that I can go into Moria and well, not die. It's like, what you gonna do with him in Moria? It's like, well, I'm gonna shoot him at the Balrog. He's like, you're not really sure where those are gonna go, you know. Yeah, it'd still be better than a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. We haven't had any sixes tonight on our big Gandalf 6. Let's see if Fizzbert can get the first 6. Well, that was cocked. We got to try that one again. Okay, another 4. We've had a couple of these. We had a 5 so far tonight. Now, it's only appropriate, right, Valfera, that Gandalf the Grey should get a film noir. Let's see what happens here, Valfera. Oh man, that's it's kind of funny. It in black and white, you almost see. Doesn't Gandalf kind of show up more there, Valfera, than especially than the horse? You bring back the color, the warm colors of the horse, bring him forward. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's not like you don't see Gandalf there, but I think he shows up a lot more. Wouldn't you say, Valfera, in black and white mode, which is hilarious? Gandalf the Grey is more visible in grayscale. Go figure, right, Valfera? Let's see if I can't sneak a little more light in there. And that would be the difference in the values. There's more edges on him too than there is on the horse. I mean, he's got the hat, he's got all this stuff going on, so it's no wonder that there is a little bit more. Again, like right here, see, you got more of an edge there. We don't really have that too much on our horsey. And just as I say that, the fireworks begin again at 1:50 in the morning. Arda, Michael, how you doing? Now, I'm guessing there's probably not too many people doing fireworks there now that it's, well, almost 3 in the morning. And of course, Arda Michael, if you want to, as always, share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Same thing there, Velfear, if you want to share your dragon or whatevers. Camda was in the chat, but he said the internet was kind of being a little bit squirrely there. Haven't seen him since. That's Perth for you. Yeah, he's in that far western time zone, as in the completely opposite side of the universe time zone. Not both latitude and longitude. Everybody check out that Insta link that Arda Michael just shared. Arda Michael, you're still doing the supports, right? Wasn't sure if you started up any more commission gigs yet. Fine, I'll just use this one. We'll just utilize this. Now, Velfer, I don't know if you were in the stream last night when Camda, he actually said, I guess those are one-piece files for the most part, those ships. And Camda said that he was going to try and print those out FDM style, which makes me think, well, okay, if they're one-piece prints, maybe I could actually print them out somewhat larger. Maybe we go with the, well, for sure the 0.8 layer height, but maybe those would be something I also break out the 0.2 nozzle for. So everybody be like Velfera and check out that link that Art of Michael just posted there. And of course, like we've been wishing everybody here that comes in. Hope you had a real fun 4th of July there. Oh, I see that Jiro is missing a tooth right there. Well, that's just a still image, so I could modify that. Now, Doji, you had a chance to share your stuff too, right? In the chat, some of your oil painted stuff, I believe, earlier. And again, Doji, appreciate you being here. All right, I'm going to do a little, grab some of this. Not too much. Okay, that should work. There we go. So out here, that's about what I'm going to do because I wanted all those new flower and grass tufts that I made. Well, I want to put those out. You can see they're in the references on either side there. Believe it or not, Velfair, it even recognized my road. It actually, in those little reference images, I'll send you these files here so you can get a little closer look at these things. Now, do I still have my water over here? Because if I do, okay, there's some. That's enough. I want to get the rim on this thing. I want to get the dark on there because I need value-wise to see that here. Oh, here's hoping a whole bunch of stuff pops up for you there, Artemichael, for sure. Again, everybody, please check out that link that Art Michael just posted. Okay. Oh yeah, that makes a big difference right there from a visual standpoint. That tells me that I could potentially even get a little bit darker here with some of my soil there, if I so choose. That wasn't quite what I was thinking I was going to see. So, again, that's another reason or another example of how context means a whole bunch. If that's why we don't do this the white primer or black primer, because again, that's pretty dark color, but next to black, guess what? Ain't so dark. See you later there, Doji. Doji, we're getting closer and closer and closer to having a plant. Well, I think the tomato plant, the one tomato plant, should probably be in the ground. It's getting huge. It's like almost a foot tall. I might just throw one or two of them out there because there's really technically a whole bunch. I might just throw a couple of them out there just as a test. And if something funky happens to one or two of them, well, there's like 8 more. So might do that. All right, where's my Indian yellow here? Also, maybe some of this here. Breaking it down. Now again, the Indian yellow, you gotta really work at it to break that stuff down. Now I'm gonna get that over here. Maybe that a bit of our Van Dyke brown as well. So see you later, Doji. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, Artemichael, for whatever reason, there was a dramatic. Well, now it's funny because the new neighbor was like, "Holy smokes, what is going on here?" And I'm sitting there saying, "Well, this is nothing. Where's the fireworks?" So again, much like with the primer and stuff, context is everything, including who knows that it works for fireworks too. Apparently, anyways, it works for fireworks. Now these little bundles over here, I got to do me something with those. I'm gonna take this, some of our faster matter white, and some of this crazy olive green here. That's one of the it's one of the colors from Paul Rubens. One of the alkyd colors. Now, I have a feeling, now again, there's always like advanced exploding of fireworks here. Something tells me that maybe some folks, they might have got a little bit too happy blowing those things off during the week or whatever, and the weeks leading up to this. And maybe they just didn't have much left over. They were hasty hobbits. They were hasty little hobbits and blew that stuff all off before 4th of July. And they didn't have any more. I guess Valfira would say some of the medicine. Does it not matter how loud the explosions are? It's just like, yeah, I'm sleeping through all that. It takes a heck of a lot more than just a few fireworks. Now, of course, here, what we mean by fireworks is, M100 sticks of dynamite. I don't mean quarter sticks of dynamite. I mean like full sticks of dynamite, pretty much. I mean, you'd almost think that people were fishing, right, Velfira? There was so much dynamite in the neighborhood here. I mean, we're all about finding the most efficient ways to do things here, and there's nothing that says efficiency like fishing with dynamite. Yeah, you'll need a really big fishing net. So yeah, Valfira, basically you just kind of you add some extra stuff around your boat or whatever to make it look like a destroyer, and you're launching depth charges. Wow, Valfira, that I'm detecting one, two, three, four violations by this guy, the autocorrect monster. I mean, that was not when he does. He doesn't do nothing small, Valfira. Look at that. Because I'm not even sure what that message was supposed to say. That is how much the autocorrect monster got at that one. Holy smokies. So yes, should you be wronged, again, if you are wronged by the autocorrect monster, be sure to expose him in the chat. Because again, like all evil things, he wants to stay in the shadows and the dark corners. If you bring him out to the light of the painting area, he will, that again, that takes away his power. Be sure to again expose the autocorrect monster. So again, yeah, there was some actually there wasn't quite as much of the big stuff going off. Now, who knows, maybe people just didn't have shall we say the finances to invest in the usual thermonuclear weapons that are engaged here. I'm fairly certain if you just kind of took just the ordnance that's expended in this neighborhood right here, they probably didn't use that much to soften up Iwo Jima. Let me do some more. Is this okay? Yeah, that's kind of a halfway in between. Okay, yeah, that's good. Blending brush, where are you hiding? You're around here somewheres. Now, Veilfair, in addition to all the chow, actually, I got to be up on the neighbor's porch, their second floor porch or whatever, because they put the addition on the house many years ago, and I'd obviously never been in that house since what, the late 90s or whatever, long before that addition went up. and it felt like I was in a skyscraper. It's like, holy smokes, never been up here before. But boy, you could really see way more fireworks up there. Where are we at here with their blending? But I'm going to grab this here. We'll do some of that. There we go. More here. So this is a new. Oh, where are you hiding? You're in here somewheres. There you are. So since I've Kathy's sister got me that Naples yellow from was that Gamlin. I thought, well, let's see if we can get ourselves an Alkyd version of that because we don't have enough stuff, right, Valfira? We don't have enough different colors to test and compare and contrast and all that. We don't have enough, clearly. So we needed to add some more. Valfira, it's got to feel really weird for you to be in that chat there and for me to say, hey, it's 2:05 in the morning. That hasn't happened in a while, right, Valfira? Let me get a little bit more of this lighter stuff here. A little more down in there too. Is there? Okay, yeah, there is some lighter stuff I can add to the chest. Also, his bottom of his neck. Let me go back to more of the basically Mars red for that. I want here. Let me take some of that same stuff. Put that on his hands here, and I need to take. Here's that chromium oxide green. We'll mix that with our skin tone here, with the goal of putting that in there. Also over there. Also over here. Nah, so yeah, I have a feeling that maybe people were just they were getting a little too happy with the fireworks over the last, especially the last 2 3 days. Remember I was on stream. I think it was it the Thursday stream, and I kept saying, yeah, there's always fireworks before July 4th, but they're really like doing full on displays here. And it was July 2nd. I think there was even a day in June when they were doing that. Now, Arda Michael, I mean, it would let you kind of focus on a bunch of other things that you kind of need to focus on right now, right? You would appreciate just being able to focus on that stuff right now instead of wondering what kind of madness is going on in the neighborhood. Now, oh, here, some of that green, along with our black. How's about we lighten you up a little more? Maybe a bit more. Here, let me just get some of the, again, this crazy kind of greenish gray there on the hoof there. Blending brush. Now, of course, today is not the kind of day usually that pets enjoy. That's for sure. I know that our dog and cat, that they did not, and we were talking air conditioners going, fans, TVs, radios, anything that could make noise was making noise, and that was not enough. Now, for the folks over in Europe, there, I know it's kind of toasty. I don't know if it's toastier than it is here, because it was about 90 here, I want to say, Velfera. Nothing like being by the open fire and it's 90 degrees, right? Except I was able to claim vengeance on those, again, on those little crazy bushes or whatever they were, because I was burning all the roots and all the other stuff that I'd yanked out of the ground. Arda Michael, I wonder about converting some cutting board, actually plywood. So Asurian says that it was about 93 3 days ago. Actually, Asurian, I think it's been pretty much somewhere between 90 to mid 90s here for weeks, I think. It's kind of been that way for you, right, Valfera? And well, obviously, Arda Michael, you guys had you had some little bit of a heat wave going on up there too before. I'm going to try and darken up a little bit of this over here. Yeah, Arda Michael, I could tell today there must have been a shift with the humidity or something because I was having to dump out multiple humidifiers every day, and I go down there today. I'm like, are these even on? What's going on here? So I think there was a big shift in the dryness or something. There had to be. And I think, let's see, again, what is it in here? So we got 40% humidity in here. It's somewhere, but actually the basement, multiple areas register only like 37% humidity. Now, of course, we've got 5 different dehumidifiers going down there in different places to keep it like that. But that's how it can be, what, 70, it's about 76, 78 degrees down there on average, but it sure does not feel nasty. Well, Arda Michael, I was wondering, let's see, what about, I'm trying to think of ways to convert, well, obviously, I was thinking fold down tables there, Arda Michael. Basically, tables that normally would just almost act like, well, extra walls in the van, and then they would just kind of, they're just on brackets. Yeah, they're just on brackets, and when you need them to be your hobby area, they just kind of fold down. Maybe something like that. Now, this guy here never got any of his go. Do we do red or green? We'll just do green. Fine, whatever's. let's just do this green here. Yellow, maybe some of our. That's going to be a bright green right there. I mean, we don't want it to be too bright and too yellow because then it's just going to, well, blend in with all of the yellow. There we go. I don't want that. I want it to still look like it's green. I'm not quite sure exactly what these two thingies are here, but we're going to get some light on those. Like you do here. Ah, almost forgot these over here. Now again, actually, Arda Michael, have you ever seen the actual Gandalf cart miniature? I've never actually seen it, because I'm curious, what is in that cart? Is it fireworks? Because I was genuinely actually caught by surprise when I saw all the fireworks that were in the printing goes ever on version of the Gandalf cart miniature. And then I realized, well, okay, what would be in the GW one? It would have to be fireworks because he was bringing this stuff to Bilbo's party. So me thinks that there were fireworks in the GW one, unless I don't know, because there's presents and fireworks in here. Now, oh geez, there's another one of our fireworks that's sitting here. There's another one that I got to try and paint here. That is absolutely hilarious. All right, what do we got going on? Let me get this again here. Now, one second, let me check something super quick here. Is that actually on? Oh, it is. Okay, no problem. So, when are we gonna? Are there? Nope. There's another one that I miss. Seriously, there's another firework sitting down in there. That is hilarious. Okay, let me scare up some yellow here, I suppose. For this guy. On the back of this one, over here too. So it looks like it is gifts and also some fireworks and some party flavors. Okay. I have no idea. Actually, Arda Michael, have you ever had the Gandalf in his cart in any game that you played at MESBG? I'm guessing probably not. Come on. There we go. So I've definitely have to go up against Gandalf many times. That's why, oh, it's one of my Candish chariots actually has a Gandalf head hanging off of that chariot. I think there's a Gandalf head. There's an Aragorn. Pretty sure there's a Faramir. I think there's even a Boromir. I think the Gandalf head was like the one of the last trophies. I know I killed Aragorn a bunch of times because, well, combination of Kamul, the War Priest, and Amdur. Yeah, they've sliced and diced Aragorn multiple times. Now, Erda Michael, have you played any games with the, I guess would you call it the new version of the game? I'm guessing that at the store there, they're using all the new stuff. That's why he was dealt with harshly, Erda Michael. That's why he was dealt with harshly. Somewhere I do actually have the King Elisar. I don't know if it was either Printing Goes Ever On and or Diwali's version, I think. Or was it No, I think it was Diwali, not Kurzlook. Ironically enough, what does Kurzlook have for their July release or whatever? It would of course be Easterlings because we only prepped and painted like 15 Easterlings of the ancient old school variety. My Dragon Emperor is the Kurzlook one. So that's in that new, what would you say, the new like extra book, Arda Michael, that has all the stuff that got wiped out. So yeah, Arda Michael. I guess if they were, someone goes, well, here's all of the books, the new books plus the campaign books for free. Okay, fine, I'll do the new rules. But yeah, I'm not repurchasing everything. Once I figured out just how many zeros were going to be involved with that particular endeavor, I said, nah. Yeah, so all the stuff that was a big part of the books but not a part of the movies, right? Unlike all the stuff that was never part of the movies or the books but that stayed in. Can I get some light? Sure, here. Now, who knows? It's possible maybe that someone that I know who maybe has the ebook versions, maybe a PDF starts floating around. I don't know. Yeah, I never actually, unfortunately, Erda Michael had a chance to do that. I know that Locky and such, he was doing, I think they were doing some battle companies. Again, I don't know if any of the Lord of the Rings or MESBG battle report guys are still doing stuff. I haven't seen anything, any kind of MESBG battle report in months now. Just no time to watch any of those, unfortunately. I think there was a couple of guys. They seemed like they were from down south or something. I think they were doing a bunch of battle company stuff. Right there we go. Uh, Fine. We'll throw a little bit of light on that hub. Oh yeah, I gotta get some over here too. We'll do that. So, blending brush here. Let's do that. So I think some of the presents down in there, those are starting to take a wee bit of shape now. I wonder. Let me try something here. All the way back in here. And okay, that was sneaking in a little too much light there, I think. Okay, well, we'll come back with the darker stuff. No big deal. We'll just do this and we will try that again. All right, let's see what maybe with this stuff. Maybe a little more thinner might just do it. Let me see what happens with that. Yeah, that is. I might need to reinforce this dark up here, I guess. Yeah, sure. Do I need to actually come back with some darker grays in a few places? Maybe that is so. Now, I know that like in the movies, they do show that his tunic is a different gray than it is, than the cloak. More dark there in his hair. What about our horsey over here? I don't want the eyes to be too wild looking there. Let me see if we can get some stuff on his forehead here. Again, that's lighter. Above the eye here. I'm gonna maybe try to get. I don't have the Perline black on in the palette. I'm gonna try to make something like a Perline black. Actually, gonna try and get some of that maybe in the horse's shadow areas here. So let's try that maybe. Maybe some of the Prussian blue. Mix it with some of that. Still a little too dark. Asphaltum would be an ideal thing to add right here. We don't have that, so we're gonna make something a little bit like it, I guess. A little more of the Terra Rosa here. Start working some of that into our horsey. All right, where are we at here with again with the Terra Rosa? Now that is a super opaque color, so it's we're not gonna be able to glaze with it. I'm just hoping to kind of mix with what is already on the figure there. work in some of that over here. Again, let that work into some of our lighter tone. Let that mix there. Ah, there we go. Okay, yeah, that's need a little bit of that now. We're gonna get some of that on his neck here. Let's do that right over here. And let that mix with some of the lighter stuff that's already on there. Again, it's not going to, if we were at Indian yellow or something, that's a different deal. That's a super translucent color. Also, your quinacridone magenta would do the similar kind of thing. You know what? I might spy with my little eye a little later something's that need to happen over here. I mean, that's not exactly a highlight area, but we're missing a little something here. Let me go back to my Terra Rosa. Also, no hands on that metal ferrule. So we like to say, you caress the brush, you do not crush the brush. None of this here. Kind of hard to paint a figure when the brush is like an inch and a half away from it. Yeah, huge surprise, miniatures don't get painted as fast like that. If somehow the brush is not actually touching the figure like what we just did there. Just one of those minor details. Brush should be touching the figure. Also apparently if the ends with the bristles are touching the figure, that also works better. Who'd have thought? Sometimes we forget that here. Just that blending brush. Now here, maybe not quite as dark in the shadows. I don't need quite as stark of a line there, maybe. Bingo up there. What else? Yep, we're there. Okay, now for Gandalf's hand over here. And I'd like to do more light on his face, but I mean, there is this big old hat that should be kind of in shadow. There is, I think, something I could maybe do with his pipe here. Got a little smoke there. Trying to get the top edge of his pipe. I think we got it. Looks like we got it now. And then here, let me paint out of this. Take you, and maybe we will do a little bit of, I don't want to say rust, isn't a lot of rust, but teensy little pin line wash on some of these. There's like the nails here, where we got the spokes doing the thing. Maybe even some of these nails. Not snails, but these nails. Back around these spokes, doing what we did on the other side. I mean, I needed to do that there in some way, shape, or form. If it was just some kind of darker glaze thing or something like that. Again, now that with Armored Wolf not able to post things like this, don't forget that this, if you want to see this, again, if you maybe missed the beginning or whatever, you want to see that, it's going to be posted here. Unfortunately, normally I would just save it on Twitch as a highlight. However, can't do that anymore, basically. So that's why we created that ad-free YouTube channel. Yes, there are no ads there. There's not going to be. That's not what that channel is for. That channel is strictly just so I can have a place to put these sessions. They have somewhere to live now. It would be very counterproductive to have ads on that, so we don't have any ads there. There's not many ad-free YouTube channels, that's for sure. Which means, well, YouTube is never going to show those videos. They're never going to recommend them or anything like that because there will, again, never be ads on them. So if you can subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship channel, that would be sensational. Let me drop this in too. You know, okay, I already have the green there. And I'll just throw another yellow one down here. Fine. I think actually what I was trying to do. All right, fine. We'll grab some of the Mars Yellow Deep, and we'll hit that. More of that up in here. That's a little bit hefty for the paint there. I wonder what that is going to look like. Yeah, that's a little too much of the green, maybe. Hey there, Cruz. How you doing? Nice to see you there. Here we are. Actually, there was a part of it that was even I was thinking of initially maybe doing some live streaming of the games there because well, there would be a whole lot fewer folks there. At least initially start streaming the games there, so we could kind of work things out. Except it wouldn't work like Twitch at all. So I'm not so sure about that either. So yeah, sorry, Cruz. The Armored Wolf is he's doing an event this weekend. He's got his booth at that Ren Fair, so not able to do the usual moderations is there. Don't want to work too much of the reddish brown into that area. I don't think so. So Cruz, hopefully things at least relatively calm and quiet these days. Calm and quiet enough to let you maybe do a little bit of painting stuff there, or maybe a lot of painting stuff. Either way, hopefully, again, things are reasonably mellow. Sometimes that's like the best you can ask for, is just that things are relatively mellow. So this is he has a whole flurry of events. I mean, one after the other after the other. They just were doing a fair last weekend. Now these are more the pop-up Ren fairs that just kind of last a weekend, as opposed to, say, like the one that I did at Bristol, which is usually 9 weekends. And apparently Bristol is 4 times the size, or something like that, of when I was there. Uh, the shop building that I had is still there, apparently. It definitely is now worse for wear, since I'm not there to maintain it like I had been. I don't think so, Artemichael. I'm pretty sure that I mean, outside of the usual either golden acrylics, heavy gloss gel, or the Liquitex heavy gloss gel, the only other thing I've used would be the Green Stuff World version of it. Oh, that's right. Well, it's July 5th, so I have no idea if the Prime Day will be on things that actually are could be of use to me. Like, I don't know, would printer resin be part of the Prime Day sales? I have no idea. I mean, maybe it would be. I can just throw the stuff in the cart. Oh, filament. That's right. Some of my black matte PLA. I guess I should just throw a whole bunch of stuff in the cart and see what happens. So yeah, Artemichael, I have not used the Vallejo stuff. Actually, I'm trying to think what I've used of Vallejo. I've used very little Vallejo stuff. I used to have, what was that, the texture paste, and then, well, we realized that we could just make our own. So what is it? Gosh, have I even used a Vallejo product in the last 5 years or something? Artemichael, oh, actually, oh, geez, I don't have it up here, do I? I can't, I don't have it up here. But Artemichael, I don't know if you saw that last video. It's the one with this right here. Um, on Amazon, you can get basically the same stuff, the GSW stuff. Again, that's now it's painted over. That's why it's not so shiny anymore. But it's the stuff that you pour in there. You shine the 405 light on it, and it insta cures it. And that's what I've been using on like my Trench Crusade stuff to make the puddles there. And of course, Artemichael. Then there's also this, right? We use, and this is a multi-purpose. We use it for sculpting our water. We use it for sculpting flames. We've sculpted hair with it, waterfalls. So this icicles, right? That we make our icicles with that. Now this is the most universal item because you can use it for so many things. Also, it's not terribly expensive, as in it's comparative to like buying the that pouring resin and all that. Now the nice thing about the flashlight stuff is that that's instantly cured. You don't have to wait like resin, right? The pouring resin. Otherwise, you might be waiting a while, right, Artemichael? But yeah, just take a look on Amazon and just UV resin, and you might see some pretty darn good deals, especially if you don't need a bunch of it. If you don't need a lot of it, you can get some decent stuff pretty cheap there on Amazon. A little bit more of that again. Here's I might even try get. Can I get lighter there? I can. Didn't think I could. Yeah, Artem, I don't know if you saw that video yet, but that was just literally the last video I posted to the Patreon page yesterday. Or was it today? I don't know. Whatever day it got posted. Blending brush here. I mean, to me, it was very. And the little flashlight that came, or the light that came with the kit. Wow, it really did a good job of. Oh, and actually has an automatic timer. That's it, Artem Michael. It actually has 3 different timer settings. It has what, like 30 seconds, 60 seconds, and 90 seconds, or I don't know, something like that. And it actually goes off when it's supposed to. And it's USB powered too instead of battery powered, so you don't have to deal with that. And it's also, instead of a little flashlight, it's actually about this wide, which meant that whole base really that got covered pretty well. I couldn't tell you the name of the brand. No idea what the heck it was called. But again, for the price, it worked very, very well. I actually got a couple of more containers of it. And my next experiment is actually going to be, can I make uh, not so much the waterfalls, because those need to be flexible, but the like big icicles for my Lothlorien winter themed forest scape there. So yeah, that's the nice thing about the using the stuff I was just showing there, the heavy gloss gel, because that's not toxic. Now it will take a while to dry, the thicker it is, but it does really good at making waves, and again, splashes, waterfalls, whatever. Uh, it there are no air bubbles either. I mean, you literally cannot get air bubbles in the stuff. You don't have to worry about that. Actually, Arta Michael, I have I don't know if it's gonna be any good, but I've got some tape coming that's supposed to be specially designed for kind of like building your little resin uh, walls there for resin pours. It's a million times thicker than what I need, because I just need something that is quite literally maybe an eighth of an inch, something like that. Uh, that's the thing about that flashlight activated one. You have to pretty much work in like 16th of an inch layers. How you doing there, WGP? Great to see you again. So, War Game Peace, I hope that you are doing well on, well, this Saturday morning here. And I thought this would be kind of appropriate, right, Slang? How you doing? And again, for all those that were hopefully having a blast, see what I did there on the 4th of July. The Ugly Dolls also were in full celebration mode. Last night on our Flat Thursday, this is what we painted here, another B5 picture there. Week before that was, as we call it, Paneline Galactica. Yeah, War Game Piece. I couldn't resist. This is from Printing Goes Ever On. It's 3D printed. And he is on a 60 mil base. Now, as you can see, he's the cart. I think the metal miniature, the cart, I think, is much smaller. so it fits a little easier on a 60. But this does still fit. I mean, it's barely there, but it is on a 60 mil base. So this is a legal base. Thanks, Wargame Piece. Let me see. Where's our? Here we go. Here's our. There was a regular Spacescape, and then there's Babylon 5. That was the first Babylon 5 stuff I painted in, oh gosh, forever. We already know now, let's see, this coming Thursday for Flat Thursdays, I'm going to paint Serenity from the Firefly TV show. And I now have dozens of fantastic Babylon 5 and also Battlestar Galactica STL files, as in dozens of them. And while I'll maybe print some that are the size of our 1/1800 scale ships like this, because again, that's what easily fits on screen. This is Rodney right here. We did this on Monday. I was thinking about printing out some FDM, like much bigger ones, because apparently the files are mostly one piece. Wargame P, actually Slang, if you want to post anything in the chat, like always. Sorry about that, Slang. I was busy yapping and not asking you if you wanted to post your stuff. Same thing there, Wargame Peace. If you wanted to share some things in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh, and now as it's 2:50 in the morning, somebody is doing the fireworks again. It's really weird. I would have thought more people would be doing them, say at 10:30, 11, something like that. But no, there's some serious pyrotechnics going off at almost 3 in the morning. So War Game Piece, I think a bunch of them probably are on, well, let's say like Davale, Kurzlook, Printing Goes Ever On some of their, like their Instas, actually probably Make It Epic Basing. I wouldn't be surprised if Make It Epic Basing has a bunch of links to someone says, again, all of these, all the critters on the base here, those are all from Make It Epic Basing. So we got, what, 4 bunnies and the fox. Yep, there's another bunny right over there. But great to see you there, Slang. So again, this is from the Printing Goes Ever On, and it's either their May release or their June release. I think it might be the May. I think maybe July is more the Gobbo. Yeah, I think that's it. That's more the old Mines of Manzar stuff. So essentially Moria goblins. And of course, we will be probably doing this week. I'll probably film the second episode of this little mini series right here. This is one of the arch villain. We call them the Truffleites. So the fungus people right there. This is one of the ones we painted on stream. We did 3 of these on stream. So as you can see, each one has a very different color scheme. And then we also started up a new army painting series, another first ever Battlefleet Gothic style army painting series. And of course, well, episode 1 in every series is all about painting the bases. So we had to come up with a new Spacescape idea because we have done this theme many, many, many times. Right here, you can see it here on our Tau. So more of a magenta and a blue. People are saying, hey, can we see something a little bit different there? Oh, and of course, we've been adding to our Easterling army. We did 14. We did 4 cavalry, 10 infantry on our Friday, Saturday set of streams. The Saturday stream here, well, my intention at least is to get, was it a dozen of the old classic metal merchant guard prepped up, and we'll see if we can paint, well, 12 merchant guard. Thanks, War Game Piece. All of the Tau ships were painted on stream. We've also painted an entire orc fleet, and I mean a massive orc fleet. Holy smokes. I think it was somewhere upwards of 40 ships of various sizes and types. So yeah, a bunch of orc BFG ships, a bunch of Necron ships, and now let's see. I basically will have, I think, probably by next week, all of the Grand Fleet Admiral tabletop BSG. Well, again, it's not Battlefleet Gothic, but could be. He obviously has his own game system. Not familiar with it, but yeah, he has a whole different set of, and none of them look like GW stuff. So, and it's all his own stuff. Hopefully, Slang. I know you were kind of waiting for kind of things got a little bit better with the health issue. Then they kind of cropped up again. Hopefully, you're kind of getting closer and closer to a normal again. Man, somebody is setting off some full scale stuff here. Those are not bottle rockets. Again, in this neighborhood, if it's not if it's not capable of bringing down cities, like entire cities, it's not really considered fireworks. So yeah, there's no firecrackers or M80s, none of that little stuff. This is the heavy ordnance here. I'm glad that that's going a little bit better there, Slang. I know that's been super frustrating. So Heavy T, I know it's a little bit late, but there you go, Heavy T. Heavy T, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Heavy T, hopefully you've been able to kind of, I know you were really cranking away at the miniatures there of all types. Heavy T, I think some of the very first stuff you painted, was it the Star Wars stuff, or was it the, I think it was the Flames of War tanks, wasn't it? So yeah, Slang. Again, I was really hoping that the anodyne device and all that in combination would kind of be enough to keep things in a positive direction for you there. Now again, maybe what's weird is that the time where there's usually really fantastic displays, there was not much going on. It was very minimal compared to even just last year. I did not get anywhere near as good as far as my videos of people doing fireworks this year as I did the last 2 years. Nice to see you there, Pascal. It's very appropriate today, right, Heavy T? We've actually had 3 rolls on this so far. Everybody, please give Pascal a follow. So, Pascal, as always, please post stuff in the chat, and hopefully, actually, is you're at the World Miniature Expo. Well, Pascal, definitely go ahead and share your stuff there in the chat, please. Now, Slang, I think well you've heard about how I have that underneath my elbows, right? I've got one of those keyboard things that's supposed to be for your wrists. So both of my arms are resting on that, basically this is now resting on the table and this is resting on here. So yeah, obviously, anti-shaking and stuff, but maybe taking a little bit of pressure off of the shoulder too, potentially. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared, and everybody please give Pascal a follow. Now, Pascal, let's see, since you're not at the show, oh no, but you are in Paris. Sorry about that, Pascal. A little bit slow on the draw there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Heavy T posted as well, and please give Heavy T a follow as an addition there. So Pascal, I couldn't resist saving this when I saw it. Again, this I think is the May release from Printing Goes Ever On. I got to save this from a 4th of July stream. Once I saw that it basically was going to be in this time frame of my usual stream, I'm like, yeah, I got to save it for that. And of course, last night's Flat Art stream, more Babylon 5, more better. There you go. So there was our Babylon 5. Agamemnon there with a couple, you can see some Star Furies there, which of course followed up on Paneline Galactica here, where the panel lines had panel lines. Yes, you would think that, okay, just do the panel lines, you're good. Nope, the panel lines even had their own panel lines. Slang, I was just telling the neighbor next door, kind of showing them the exercises that I have to do to kind of uncork myself after, the 5-6 hour streams or whatever. Now, again, tomorrow night could be a slightly longer stream because what we're trying to crank through. I guess now, Pascal, you are definitely pretty pretty happy, right, with the decision to kind of like, okay, look, we're just going to redo this background. We're going to simplify. We're going to go in a different direction. It definitely sounded like you were much more enthused about the changes that you made to it there. More of that right here. And again, should anybody fall victim to the autocorrect monster in the chat, he's already butchered a whole bunch of posts by folks. There is a chat point reward, so you can reveal him. Again, if he is revealed, he loses his power. That's fantastic there, Pascal. I know that there was a source of consternation there. And I'm glad that you could achieve some victory over that. Thank you so much, Mobing. Appreciate that. So again, you do realize what you got sitting in the back of your car. He's like, yeah, I got a whole bunch of presents. I got party favors back there. He's like, no, I'm referring to the projectiles. He's like, well, yeah, they kind of go up in the air. That's kind of the point. And then they explode. That's also my point. Have you ever thought like maybe some of those could really stop, say, as charged by, I don't know, 10,000 orcs? Maybe, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know what he's talking about, man. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Let's see what happens on our. We haven't had a 6 yet on our big Gandalf 6. Well, we almost had one there. It was trying to do it there, but it went to a 2. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mobank. And Fitzbert, thank you so much for the follow. So Fitzbert, I think you got your Gandalf 6 there, your big Gandalf 6 roll as well. If oh, I don't think we missed that. At least I don't think so. If I did, my apologies. Oh, it's possible we might have been showing our little 4th of July screen or something like that when you followed. So again, if that is the case, my apologies. Nah, not there. We'll leave that too. Ah, a couple little lights in the hair. Up here, maybe. Now, potentially for, let's see, the Friday, Saturday streams of this week coming up, I'm going to try to have a whole bunch of conquest stuff. Most likely Sorcerer Kings. And probably, also, what are the Wardrune, the guys riding the Triceratops things. I'm going to try and have those too. You're probably going to see a bunch of those in the July streams and early, yeah, lots of them in July. Lots of conquests this July. Amongst other things. Yeah, that's right, a conquest army painting series too. Because I haven't actually done with those. I have a painting conquest series, but it's more just kind of in a generalized thing. Oh, I'm painting the giant Rakashar. I think we'll be able to do the next episode on him this week too. July is going to be insane. Come on, a little more light on that cart right there. Yeah, all right. I just remember, Pascal, when you were sanding all that stuff down. I think we actually rated while you were in the process of sanding that. That looked like yeah, it looked like you enjoyed that a whole bunch, as in not at all. Pascal, it's funny you should use that little analogy there with all of the stuff I've been doing with the various generation programs. Every time I think I'm making some kind of I made a breakthrough here, there are steps backwards. And then, usually accidentally, there is some kind of leap forward. Even these references down here, those were done with the AI. Again, I've taken the picture of this and then doing the colorizing just to get a little bit of an idea of, okay, like all the fireworks back there. What could we do with those to make them look a little bit more fun? And then, well, things like this. This was actually another breakthrough in some of the animation right here. And again, this is the autocorrect monster that we were talking about. That's a thing that was created originally by Recoil, and then here we made this today for folks. Here's some more. Oh, here we go. Here's another animation we did for our Easterling army there. And then here's another animation that we made. Again, that's my Easterling buildings with one of the characters that I painted. So you can see here again some of the buildings that are in the background of that animation. Now, Pascal, when I think of what I was not able to do as recently as just a few weeks ago, compared to now, it's orders of magnitude. But again, if in frustration I just would have said, nah, forget it. Looks like this is just not something I'm going to be able to figure out. None of these subsequent advantages would be possible. because I've been doing music, I've been doing the 2D stuff. Again, colorizing figure. Well, that helped big time with these. Figuring out the again, I just took a bunch of pictures of literal mushrooms and tree fungus. Took the raw renders of these and said, "All right, show me something." And I wanted four different ideas. Here was another one. So I needed a new spacescape idea for these, and we actually used the AI, and I just said, show me some turquoise and orange, and it showed me this, and we were able to replicate that like 20 some odd times. Yeah, Pascal, and again, I know that the frustration part of it is not, it's no fun. It is no fun being frustrated, but that generally means, ironically enough, right, that some sort of progress is being made. You would think kind of almost the opposite, right? Well, progress means that everything's going great and there's no frustration at all. It probably just means you're not getting challenged, right, Pascal? And again, challenging yourself, that can be a little bit of a scary thing. It can be a wee bit challenging. And again, I know that it just kind of seems like in this industry here, everybody is really, kind of, again, they're your own worst critic. And you think, well, okay, geez, I should be able to master this right away or whatever. And sometimes that's just not the case. And I've had to learn a lot of hard lessons. Well, just with the painting too. I mean, there's techniques that I do now that only happen because maybe of necessity. And then I would think, geez, I wish I had thought of that, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years ago. It's very possible that either the technology, the stuff, whatever, just didn't exist, or the necessity didn't exist. So I didn't think of it. And there's many times where I just like what the oils. I look back at all that stuff painted with the acrylics and realize, yeah, that would have taken 1/3 the time or less with the oils, and it would have just been easier anyways. But I had to. We had to start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere. And of course, I think too, folks really want the thing to be, well, perfect, and there really is no such thing as perfect. So hopefully, folks can just kind of cut themselves some slack. Now, heavy tea, are there any? I know you were, I think some of the Star Wars Legion stuff, right? Heavy tea was some of the latest things you were doing. I wasn't sure if you're still on the Star Wars Legion stuff or if you got another thing going on there. Ooh, okay, fine. Let me go back to Matera Hosa here. Somewhat lighter than that, yeah. Oh, and by the way, 3 hours and 30 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. Yeah, there was absolutely nothing here. It was devoid of all paint of all kinds. Now I'm going to try maybe have me a little bit of. Oh, I see. I can add some of this yellow here. First, though, let me try this. Maybe this is the best way to attack it from this angle. Where's my, here is that red. I wonder, no, that is not enough of an angle. I think I need to go, yeah, further angle than that. Here, let's just, look at this. It's like an eraser. Now, will this work? Like we said before, there is only one way to know for sure. That's to give it a try. If it does not work, we will paint over it, and it'll be no big deal. So, nope, I'm just going to get rid of that. That is not going to do what I want it to do. Back to our yellow here. Just break that down some more. And it's like nothing ever happened. No problem. Here, blending brush. This side, blending brush. And well, it's all back to where it was. That that was not hard. That was not difficult to say, yeah, okay, what we tried to do there, thought it might be nifty, it was not nifty, so we changed it back. Where's that nifty little, again, that's not fluorescent green, that's just Indian yellow and some Prussian blue, believe it or not. We'll use maybe U as a ultra precise blending brush. There we go. That's all it took. I think we got our brighter green now. Let me see if I can do a little something with the blue here. Also blending brush, I think. Now these, the presents here. Let me try the lighter stuff first. Should that not work, we will return to something darker on these. But let me try this first. That is having a bit of an impact there. Now, Pascal, were you going to be doing any? Oh, you're not going to be streaming there. Obviously, you're kind of on the road. So hopefully everybody's having some fun at the show there in Paris. I guess we'll try to lighten up on these ropes a little bit. Oh, that's what. Okay, fuses. Now I'm starting to see what those are. All right, fuses. Little by little, our tiny brain starts to understand what's going on. There's a couple openings there. If those were to get a little bit of this light, that would be good. Let's see if I can do a teensy little bit of some cast layer. This is like very, very minimal compared to what we usually do here in blending brush. Again, it's too much way down there. Blending brush again, like you do over there. And we'll get some of that going over here. Blending brush again. More blending brush. Maybe a little on this side. Maybe we'll cast a little light over here. Again, not much. Nothing like having a nice flame lamp next to some fireworks here. Because again, what could possibly ever go wrong there? Can't even imagine, and not even able to conceive what could go wrong in that particular situation. That's already so light. I don't really think it does very much there. Ah, blue. Okay, here, let's just switch this over here. A little bit of the yellow source that may be from this over here. Maybe a touch more of that on here. So I get just a little bit of that now being cast maybe onto him. Nothing much. Also a little bit down here onto the cart. I initially wasn't going to do any kind of lighting stuff on this here, but once I changed my mind, that meant I had to wait for some of that the stuff on the actual lights themselves to just to set enough. Where are we at here with this? Okay, we're doing that now. You know, I should probably find a little bit of the light on that too. Maybe we should go even lighter, I guess. Something on there now. The rest of this is, well, that just didn't really print out at all, so we won't really worry about won't really worry about that then. A little bit of light cast onto that. Trying to get a little bit of that light cast out onto the, oh, here's some of this. To the blue there, let's blending brush. So again, maybe a little bit of that light casting on, again, some of our little fireworks here, not a ton. We don't really necessarily want giant infernos there. Oh, here's another area where I could do some of that yellow. Maybe I'll get the Mars yellow deep, and that can go here on his sleeve. Try this again. Is that too thick? Maybe we have to go in the opposite. No, that seems to be okay. I might throw a little teensy hint of that light over here at the back of his hat. Gives me a little bit of that little warmer color there instead of all just the grays. So again, a little bit of the light casting over here. Where are we at? Here, we're back this way now. A little lighter there. Okay, yeah, and that is again nice little bit of a color contrast to it. Not a little bit of value, but also a little bit of a color contrast now to the gray, which actually has some violet in there. Part of it's from, well, the Payne's gray from Winsor Newton that we used. Also, some of it from the uh, basically radiant violet that we use. That's the Paul Rubens, not radiant violet actually. Blending brush again. Trying to get that light right up against the edge here of there we go. And by the way, that's still not white. That still actually has a bit of color to it. This over here, I'm going to change my angle of approach on this. Again, this is where the print of it got a little wonky. So I have to kind of manufacture something there. Might need a little more of this, and then again the blending brush just to push that stuff down. Sure, okay. Blending brush there. I'm going to go back with the darks and see if I can reconstruct some of this here. Hey, nice to see you there, Arid. Is that, well, Aaron, here, we gotta show you this. I don't know if I had a chance to send you this. I'll send you that picture there. A little fun with the taters there. Everybody, please give Arid a Kenway for fun. Of course, Arid, please post your Pinterest links in the chat there so folks can do that. I hope that the stream was good, Arid. So, Arid, I'm sure that the dogs already, did they try to eat all of the new treats there? So nice to see you again, Camda. So sorry, Camda, that the internet is not proven to be very cooperative. let's see. So 3 hours 45 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all, none. Everybody, please check out that the link there that Arity Can Wife just showed. Oh, that's right, Arid. You're supposed to do the double stream today. Now, I didn't get to see Arid because, well, I didn't even start streaming here till 11 something. Actually, it was pretty darn close to midnight. Ah, well, that's good, Cam. Cam, if you wanted to share your stuff now too, it's probably a whole lot easier now that you're back at the house to share your stuff. There's some oil painted stuff. So it would just still be the regular stream tomorrow, or are you gonna switch the stream from that was supposed to be today to tomorrow? Maybe dropping a little bit more of my light there into some of these corners. That's what's missing in some of these corners. Oh, a Sunday, a substitute Saturday on Sunday. So everybody give Eric can have a follow. So Irid, it turned out to be actually a very it was a fun 4th of July. It was not at all what I was originally anticipating for the day, but that is sometimes how things work. Yeah, as I was trying to just barbecue some stuff real quick. Remember, I was saying that I was going to do the barbecue stuff just to have rations, right, kind of stacked up for the next few weeks at least, maybe a month or so. All of a sudden, I'm getting texts saying, "Where are you? We're at your front door. We want to give you stuff." So the neighbors next door, they had made a whole feast of like 10 different barbecue things, and they wanted to bring me a plate of it. And even if they brought me so much, that was the only thing I ate all day, and that was even I only could eat half of what they brought. So I got more for tomorrow. So shout out to the fantabulous neighbors there. Now let's add, I don't know how many. Oh, let's see. There was the Christmas cookies. There was the red velvet cupcakes. So this was their revenge on me, was to bring over the barbecue stuff. Their rationale was actually very similar to mine. It's like, well, it's already super hot out. Might as well just do the grill thing, make it even hotter, and then have food. So that will be fantastic for tomorrow as well. And some of the stuff that I made was actually it was like Italian sausage, so I can put some of that into, say, like a ravioli type thing. Tortellinis. I still have some of the tortellinis. I think one of them was actually a sweet Italian sausage, so we'll see what that was like. I wonder. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna here. Let's maybe a little hint of texture on his cloak could be interesting. There's not a whole bunch of the cloak, but if we're doing this little lighting thing, maybe a little tap 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 lighting on the cloak wouldn't be too bad. Maybe even a little bit over here with our yellow, getting from that from two lamps there, casting onto him. Camden, I can't wait to have some of that Shire music that I made. Like there's the one song about the party tree and stuff, with all of my hobbitses. And of course, that will be as his cart is entering into Hobbiton. That song can be playing, which means I got to get that giant tavern painted, and then that other farmhouse, and then more hobbitses because clearly we need more hobbitses. What was his name? Mayor? Oh, Bilbo Shenanigans, right? Camda, wasn't that his name? The mayor of Shiretown, or was it Upper Shiretown? Or no, it was Upper Shiretown, right, Camda? That was kind of the rougher district, and I'm pretty sure that his name was Mayor Shenanigans there versus Bilbo Bananigans. At well, given all of the trees that we made out of tree supports, right, Camda, we'll have plenty of trees for Hobbiton. I got to throw foliage on those. That's going to be yet another terrain video. I think the video I will be filming, oh, what is that, Sunday, will be this one because, well, we know that's going to need time to dry. Now, of course, it's nope, that's still not dry yet. Although some of the early ones we painted on stream, those seem to actually, well, they're not like dry, but I think they're not quite as like touch them and all the paint comes off kind of thing. Yeah, Camda, I've got a whole bunch of different flock and foliage things, and I'm gonna again show how to, now that we've kind of painted up the trees there. Now we got to get some flock and foliage on them. And I think I have some new techniques that we can test out. Well, I have some new stuff. There's some of that fine foliage stuff from Nock that I did not have when I was doing all the bolt action trees. I don't know if you ever saw those, Camda. That was where I literally just took twigs and sticks and then took the moss. Actually, I got to get me some more of that moss. Stuck that to the branches and then put all kinds of flock attached to it. Come on, there we go. Because I have tons of trees that have absolutely no vegetation on them whatsoever. That's not really good for the Shire. We need to have vegetation on the trees, I think. I got a little bit too light in that area. You know what? Let me go back here to get some of my yellow first on this side. Then we might have to do some lighter blue on the other. But first, let me get this yellow right there. Like, oh, here, let's also maybe reinforce that on our green over there. Cammed, I think. Oh yeah, I posted the video with the new army painting series with all the Battlefleet Gothic stuff. And Camta, I still have probably at least a whole nother day of just downloading stuff from the Babylon 5 slash BSG treasure trove. Then those all got to be unzipped. Then I got to somehow start printing those. And actually, Camta, I was telling Belfair earlier that your idea of, since they seem to be mostly one piece files, you were saying, I think that means we definitely have to try and print some of them in FDM, a little bit bigger, whatever. Certainly with the point zero 0.08 layer height, I still don't have the point 0.2 NAS in there yet. Yes, I know. I've been talking about doing the point 0.2 nozzle for quite some time. Just have not had a chance to do that yet. Wait. Go this way with it. Also, here. Something like that, sure. Do I do shadow? No, let's try and get a little lighter. Well, actually, it's going to be some of the violet there. Little touch of it there. Is that actually his hair? Yeah, I got to make that later too. Okay, I can do that. Bit more my. Okay, that wasn't supposed to go up there. So we're just gonna have to wipe that away, and then we'll just do our dark stuff here again. And okay, there we go. That was weird. That was not quite what was supposed to happen there. And a little darker down in there. What about his shoes? Is there? Yeah, Arda Michael. Let's see. I probably need to get another one of those 8 terabyte drives. Because she was lost track of. I mean, just between just Titan Forge, because that was another one I've been doing for. Oh, and Highland miniatures too. Been doing those, and printing goes ever on since 2020. I think Loot Studios is another one since 2020. So yeah, Cam, my last one. Now, of course, in addition to everything else, now with all of the like the Sky Reel stuff, with all the music and all the videos, well, guess what? More terabytes worth of stuff getting chewed up every day. Arda Michael, I think I probably haven't downloaded any of the Lost Kingdom stuff in probably a year now. I'm hoping I can actually get to some of that stuff because they do not make it easy. And before, it used to be if you didn't do it right then and there that month, you were out of luck. I found out the hard way with the CAS or CA sculpts or whatever. Yeah, that's not a permanent thing. If something happens and you lose that file, it's just gone. Yeah, you can, even if you bought it, you can't go back there and say, "Hey, I bought this. Can I restore the file at least?" Nope, you can't do that. I tried getting one of those, and boy, that was now again maybe it was because it wasn't a name brand or something like that, but it was a disaster. I was very disappointed because I thought, well, that's what the direction you want to go, right? Is a solid state thing instead of the constant USB external drives like I've got. I mean, maybe a Seagate one or something like that would just be much better, I guess, or ScanDisk or whatever. If you have any recommendations, just shoot me a message there, Camda. Nice to see you there, Peace Talker. Happy Saturday. Well, now we're almost 4 hours into Saturday. Thanks, Camda. Because I was really surprised. I thought, okay, now, I've got a solid state drive. This should be, well, faster too, right, Camda? Even if it's not the biggest drive ever, it should be faster than a USB plug-in drive. Hopefully a little more reliable too, right? I thought so, Camda. So yeah, Arda Michael, the Surface Pro that I have, unfortunately, it's not terribly mobile because it's one of the computers I use for filming. It's my other work slash filming area is with the Surface Pro because well, I needed something very powerful but very small. It's literally not even on the table. It's on like this kind of movable platform thing. Let me see if I can also maybe brings out a little bit of the wood grain there too. So again, you can see there's a little this casting light down there. I'm gonna go back down in here. Do I want this yellow or should it be the Mars yellow? Let me try this yellow first. Yeah, I guess that works alright. Now, Peace Talker, I think Mike should be working fine. Yeah, it's definitely working fine. I guess maybe refresh the Twitch there, Peace Talker. Arda Michael, I did. The only time it ever went mobile was in February when my sister had the Whipple procedure there, and I was making bill plates for well the entire day. Then I brought the Surface Pro there with a whole bunch of external hard drives hanging off of the thing. And that Surface Pro, that's one of the more powerful. If it's not the most powerful machine in the house, it's up there. It's not nothing. Actually, oh hey, Spotty Shark, how you doing? Great to see you. And again, we're just been just hoping everybody, even if you're not from these parts here, you had a good 4th of July, even if it was just like, well, 4th of July, and not like the 4th of July, which means hopefully you had a happy Friday. Hopefully everybody had a happy Friday. Hopefully everybody's going to have a happy Saturday and then have a happy Sunday. I'm trying to gear up a whole bunch more of my much later stuff here for maybe a few little bits and bobs on the beard and some of the hair, perhaps, if we can. Hey, Eighth Gate, how you doing? Arta Michael, it's funny, yeah, because some folks are it's a Surface Pro, whatever. I can remember in the very early days of ZBrush and stuff, the Reaper guys, they were running ZBrush on Surface Pros, and that was years ago. So those things, they're nothing to sneeze at, right, Arta Michael? So great to see you there, 8th Gate. And again, we're just that little thing with our taters there with the ugly dolls. That was something I made real quick for folks. Just did that with the AI super quick. I've really been enjoying what that can do. I've made not just two customized birthday cards, no, three now, but three customized birthday songs for folks. And that's been really interesting. Made one for Kathy's sister. Made one for a friend of mine who was uh, with me at Academy Days years and years ago. Yeah, Arta Michael, I have no idea how long this battery may or may not last because it's never been not plugged in. I mean, literally, I don't think I've ever had it not plugged in somewhere. Everybody, check out that link to 8th Gate just posted. So fantastic, 8th Gate. Camda, there is a part of me that was almost tempted to get another, instead of another, say laptop or something like that. I was almost wondering, since my one Surface Pro is basically locked in place, I was, well, and of course there's that whole stupid Windows 11 thing. I guess my next question is, I think I've got, is it a Surface Pro 8 or 9? What are they on now? Is it like Surface Pro 25? Because I got this thing in 2023, basically. So yeah, I haven't even looked at Amazon and what Surface Pros are now. So again, everybody please check out that link to 8th Gate Studio just shared. So yeah, I think mine is a Surface Pro 8. I don't know, maybe actually Arta Michael, maybe that is the way to go because there's the mobility. I have nowhere to put, well, obviously it would probably go in the place of existing machines, but I am fairly certain that might have to be the direction we go, is maybe another Surface Pro. Also, too, the ability to use the pressure-sensitive pen, right, Arta Michael? You can't do that on any laptop without a Wacom tablet. Yet another thing hanging off of the machine, right? So yeah, Arta Michael. Actually, thanks for the just. I know you were just ruminating about that, but given the whole thing with all the Windows 10 machines here, that who knows what's going to happen to them. I may not have a choice. I mean, that was one reason why I got the iPad thing, but that's a very low level iPad. I haven't even looked to see what Surface. And obviously, there's Surface Pros that it not just it might be a Surface Pro 9, but if you don't have all the souped up stuff, yeah, Erda Michael, that is one of the things that now, of course, it would be ironic if there was a larger Surface Pro, slightly larger anyway. I think I've actually hooked up, yeah, second monitors to the Surface Pro. Uh, I think I have now, learning the hard way, that they have all the USB-C hookups, and I have a whole bunch of hubs. I might even have one that's not actually attached to a computer right now. Last time I used a Wacom tablet, wow. I don't even want to say how long ago that was. So yeah, Cam, I'll have to send you a photo of this. It's actually just like hanging off of the Surface Pro because the Surface Pro is, well, airborne. It's kind of like in midair. Let me do this now. Also here, okay. So yeah, Cam, I'll shoot you some messages about this here because okay, it's just something that I've been thinking about. Want to be prepared for any sudden changes. One of the reasons we kind of went with laptops back in the day instead of with tower units is that, well, we used to have a lot of power outages and such. And obviously, even with a battery backup thing, you can only run that so long. But if you had a laptop, it obviously would have its own battery for a while. Now I've got that emergency, was it the 1100-watt backup thing? So that could run a Surface Pro for quite a while, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if that crazy car charger thing would also run the Surface Pro for a while in a pinch. So I think now we're finally starting to get some of the lightness that we needed on Gandalf's beard here. Now let me go back to his hair, which again is kind of in shadow anyways. Well, technically it's in like two shadows from his hat, and then from two of these. They're technically like three shadows being cast. Yeah, Art Michael, there is literally no desktop space. Actually, I need something that basically would just sit on my lap. And laptops don't really do that anymore. They also generate a ton of heat. So again, well, we'll see what pricing is like on those. I would guess a top of the line Surface Pro 9 would probably be 24 to 2800 bucks. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm pleasantly surprised, but I doubt it. Gotta get some nostrils on a horsey here. And again, this is 3D printed from the printing goes ever on. I think it's the May Patreon release. Pretty sure it's May, not June. Nice to see you there, Denethor. Denethor. So we've been look at that little happy 4th of July for you there with the ugly dolls, of course. And of course, Denethor, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Denethor a follow. So, Denethor, if you had a chance to stream it all in the last 3-4 weeks or so. Oh, and Denethor, we have continued with our, I think you saw Paneline Galactica, right? Here is last night's stream. So that's we just decided that's the Agamemnon from Babylon 5 right there. Yeah, Erda Michael, uh, it's this thing that you'd use, like, okay, if your battery is dead and it kind of jump starts your vehicle. I know I've run my phone on that thing for like 12 hours or something. It could certainly do some work with a Surface Pro, I would imagine. So again, Denethor, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. You know what? I never did get the darker stuff on the underside of these crazy mushroom rockets here. Here's the question, Cam. If does one of these fireworks, when it goes off, does it make a mushroom cloud? I don't know. I'm just asking. Do the mushroom fireworks make a mushroom cloud? Now let's try to get some of our later. So again, we've been using the Naples yellow here for the first time. Again, this is the Alkyd version. I'm gonna have to look and see, Camda. I could swear there is one of the Paul Rubens that is mighty close to this. This one. Actually, ironically enough, the flesh color. That's fantastic, Denethor. Actually, I've been doing a ton of garden stuff. We're probably going to be putting in our first plant. Actually, not probably. We'll be putting in our first plants this week. So what do we got here? Oh, everything is Terra Rosa, Camda. Look at this. The first pigment red 101. That's hilarious, which makes sense. There is a little bit of the red in there. So pigment yellow 42. Is this it? No, that is not it. Is this it? It's the light flesh color. I don't think it's one of those. Nope. There it is. Oh, geez. No, it's different. Pigment red 108, pigment something else, pigment yellow 35. Actually, Camden, that has pigment red 108. Believe it or not, that one I just showed you, the flesh color from Paul Rubens, it's got pigment red 108. So Camda, if cadmium maroon is pigment red 108, what is cadmium gray? Of course, only surface tension knows. Yeah, only surface tension knows what the pigment number is for cadmium gray. Yeah, that is a closely guarded Welshlandic secret. If he were to tell us, ooh, that probably wouldn't end well for him. And no good Welshlandian ever betrays their homeland. Trying to go lighter action, mixing this with a little bit of the Naples yellow. So Camden, I'm definitely thinking of a tutorial vid utilizing that this new Naples yellow, kind of a comparison between the two. I don't think we'll be able to do a stream on it because I might be doing an awful lot of Conquest stuff on stream over the next month or so here, or at least the next several weeks. Well, these are Welsh Landites. There we go. That's what instead of Welsh Landers, we'll call them Welsh Landites. They must be neighbors with the Truffleites, right, Camda? The Welsh Landites. Because again, that's how you have Welsh Landic Gray. No, come on. Somehow we missed all of our little white dots on this shroom over here. Not sure. Oh, maybe there was. Maybe there was a raid while we were doing that. More of the. Whoops, not that big. Well, looky here. We got ourselves a handy dandy eraser sitting right there. Oh, a couple more over here on this shroom. Well, uh, shroom firework that is. Nope, that is too much. Oh, look at that blending brush. Makes it all better again. The light there, blending brush as well. I was really convinced this was not going to fit on a 60 mil base. This couldn't be any wider and you know still fit on this thing. It is at the maximum limit of the base. Thank goodness it actually fit. For a second I thought, okay, maybe it actually goes on that the one oval base that say like the Watcher in the Water goes on. It would sort of make, well, I mean this is a chariot base. And all of my Candace chariots are on the 60 mil bases. Let me see, 4 hours, 24 minutes ago, this was just some dark brown primer. That's all it was. Not a whole lot of anything else. Let me see if I can take this brown. Maybe some of my... Yeah, let's do that here for some parts of our little road. And I try to get little ruts. You can see now there's a bit more of the ruts in the road there. I don't know, maybe more of my Mars yellow deep color there. Okay, back to our Van Dyke brown color. Because we have plenty of dark on the road there, but I'm trying to get a couple lighter things here where there's the ruts. Except where there's shadow from the cart, really. And then if you see the two reference pictures in the corners, we are going to have all of our fabulous flower tufts over here on the side. I can probably actually add those. Well, I was going to add some other flock type stuff to the road as well. Oops, that would have been the wrong olive green. That would have been the olive green that's not olive green. Again, a couple more of my lights over here in the road. Van Dyke brown and some of this. Let's see what that's going to get me here. Ooh, that's good. That is good there. So you can see there's a little bit of a coloration difference now between the road itself and kind of the dirt, whatever, on the side of the road. Maybe make that rut a little later. I mean, if I wanted to make this muddy, I could add some of our fabulous new water effect stuff that we got. That's old bez. I don't know if Arid is still in the chat there, but Arid actually have some bezels coming. And what I want to do is paint up some really tiny little bezels with their spacescapes or maybe a little Shire painting or something like that. And then put the, basically seal it right with the clear resin stuff. And it could be, a pendant, but it could also be an ornament hanging off a Christmas tree or something, like a small Christmas tree, little ornament there. Basically, this way the person would have a choice. When I do an ornament, right, the bigger ornaments, it's like, okay, it's an ornament or it's an ornament. But something like the bezel, yeah, Irid, they're just some circular ones because I thought composition-wise that it gives me the most options. Now I just saw them on Am. Well, the resin, the UV resin tool. That's kind of like one of the main things I think people use that for is for doing like the filling in of the bezels or whatever. So yeah, don't be surprised if you see me painting like a tiny little bezel thing, air it on stream. I mean, I know that you're doing bezels all the time, probably with all your different jewelry things. Actually, Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest link there, speaking of jewelry, why don't you do that? Since we're talking about jewelry. I mean, they're simple, just some simple round ones. Again, just getting them on Amazon. We'll see if they even work. I don't know. It may not. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared. Give Arid Camwave a follow. Arid's got 2 more streams coming up this weekend, a Sunday stream as well. Okay, so look at that. See how that changed? And also, right, that's where we put our not black is black. You can see now Uh, the difference is not just the color, right? There's some value difference there too. And then for extra texture, I'm going to put some of my really, it's like this really dark greenish brown flock that's going to go on the road. And then over here, again, that's where we're going to put all the little flowers that you see. And that would be some of our
Hello, little
fabulous flower
hobbits.
tufts right
Spark
here.
my ganja.
Just like those. Thank you so much, Kendrick. Appreciate that. So are you going to tell me that I should use these fireworks for something besides parties? He's like, well, parties are fun. I get that. It's really cool. But maybe when you see a whole bunch of really, I mean, get that really angry orcs, and they got like pikes and stuff too. That's nasty. If you see those coming towards you, maybe you shoot the fireworks at them instead of just like having some fun. It's like, I'm still not convinced with this idea yet. There really is no getting through to this guy, is there? Now we got ourselves. We still have not had a 6 yet on our big Gandalf 6 tonight. Ooh, that's closest we've come. There's a big 5 for Kendrick. How you doing there? Thank you so much for the follow. And again, if you wanted to share, Denethor, any of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. So Denethor, I've been growing plants from seeds. Oh yeah, Arid. I think I just basically have to at least experiment with at least one or two of the tomato plants out in the garden this week because some of those things are like a foot tall. I mean, they are ginormous. And actually, there's still more new stuff coming up. There are more seedlings coming up. So some of the seeds, I've literally waited, I don't know, 3 weeks for some of those seeds to come up, and they just keep popping out of there. So yeah, Arid, they're getting massive, and it's funny because it's a cherry tomato plant. That's that is the irony there too. Come on, again, that now under the horsey there. I'm not gonna do too much of that, right? Because shadows, same thing with the cart. Why would I be doing a whole bunch of light stuff under here? That is another reason why I used to always do the whole, well, the miniature's not attached to the base, of course. Now I do that a lot more for many reasons, if not also here to see, like, okay, there's a shadow going there. Don't bother to paint a bunch of stuff on that. Or, like here, right, okay, so something like this, or painting all this stuff on the marble there, do we want to cover that all up? So if I'm getting too engaged with painting the marble and then we say, oh, yeah, well, also he's going to cover up all the stuff I just painted, that's not super productive. So yeah, Irid, I was pretty shocked at how fast they've gone. I haven't even had a chance to look at that solar-powered irrigation system yet. It's still in the box. I guess I better start looking at that. Now, of course, the soil that I put them in was, stuff that I had gotten and it was brand new. It's not like soil that I've recycled several times. So that might have something to do with it. Very fresh soil. And again, our flower tuft's going to go along the sides here, like you see in the two reference pictures down there. And of course, Arid, I have to remember, even if I get them now, just so I don't forget. Well, I'll probably lose them, right, Camda? But those biodegradable containers, so that way I can just crack open the bottom of them, right, to leave room for the roots to get out, and then just chuck them in the ground next time. So I think I might just again maybe pull out one or two of the tomatoes, and I think there is one pepper plant that's really got a good head start too. I might just take again a few of them, put them out there, see how they do over the next 2 3 days. Have a good night there, Irid, and we'll have a good stream tomorrow and Sunday. Well, today and tomorrow, because now tomorrow is Sunday. So have a good one there, Irid. Appreciate you being here, of course. Boy, that made a bigger difference than I thought here on our road. Yeah, I made a bit. You know what? I might actually get rid of some of that reddish brown there. It's too close to the horsey. That's all right. I will take this, and I will take some of this. So, wow, that's a really dingy green there. That's some of the olive green and some of our. You see, we're kind of doing a little bit of a pin line-ish, glazy type thing here. Now, this is not my usual tile grout here. This is actually the GSW texture paste stuff. Because I was thinking, oh, that's got a little less texture than my tile grout. No, it's got more texture than my tile grout. So I should have just gone with my tile grout. So again, see you later there, Irid. And again, stream tomorrow. Now, if I can't get all of the whatchamacallits prepped or all of the merchant guard, we have a ton of our Easterlings still. I think there's at least 4 more. So if I painted 14, there's that leaves 8 left because I prepped 22 miniatures. So again, we'll see how things play out. Anything else here? Okay, let's go back to our cart. Right over here. See, I like the shadow there. I was going to put some more light stuff here. It's like, well, no. That's probably a little bit of shadow right there. Let's keep that in mind. There's a little extra. Let me get rid of that. A little extra bit of light. Again, the lamps got kind of chewed up in the printing process. Let's see if we can make that a little bigger. There's a tiny little lighter dot there, but I think we got to go a little bigger here. Oh yeah, there we go. Not on that one. Up here too. Actually, I can rotate you. There we go. That's easier. Almost got it. There we go. Now there I might have to come back. I will. Yeah. Let's get our darker stuff again. The umber, some of the blue. That makes okay. There we go. That's a little better. Now with this hat, I might also try to do a little dark right here because that's going to emphasize, that casting a little light over this way. Let's get a little bit of dark working on his hat. Also, maybe a little texture. Teensy little bit of texture, like, yeah, you can see we have a little bit here on his cloak and such. Hey, there's Sector X. I know this is a wee bit late, but there you go. So Sector X, I'm sure it's yet another late night of work in there. Here's hoping you had to at least had a chance to get a little food there. So Citrix, I think I might have maybe made a little bit of a breakthrough, like we were talking last night with some of the animation stuff. Oh, have you ever heard of? Uh, now, Citrix, have you ever heard of well, they're calling it Descript, but Descript. That is a, let's put it this way, the way they talk about it. Remember what I wanted to do with something that could kind of more in an automated way do the quick little videos, the little showcase vids and stuff. This is the first one that really seems to talk about, well, what I was wanting to do. I wasn't sure if that's one you've ever. So this would be it's Descript. It's for editing videos. Everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared, and please give Denethor a follow while you're at it, because eventually Denethor is going to be streaming again. You don't want to miss that. So yeah, I don't think this is the audio one. I think this is the. It's supposed to be a one for, again, editing videos. I see so many of these things popping up. It's hard to know which one is actually like real and which ones are maybe a little bit of a fib, shall we say. Actually, Denethor, the latest video that I just filmed was all acrylics. It was a comparison between the New World, I'm just going to call them heavy body paints, and the Green Stuff World dipping inks on terrain. Mostly because I have a ton of that stuff sitting around, and I'm like, okay. I'm also going to do a video where I mix up my own, basically taking all the umbers and ochres and siennas that I'm not using and just mix them with thinner or something like that and create my own oil washes for terrain. You know what? I'm going to darken you up. Oh, that's a little too dark. Retreat more to the Van Dyke Brown. And we'll do something like this here. As we also welcome in Commander Mittens. How you doing there, Mittens? Everybody please give Commander Mittens a follow. Mittens, I hope that you're having fun painting that. Also, too, if you want to share anything there, Mittens, in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Denethor, I have some of those too, and we're trying to like do like 5 different comparison videos there, Denethor. So great to see you there, Commander Mittens. Everybody please again give Commander Mittens a follow. We see 4 hours and 43 minutes ago. This had no paint on it. It was just primer. We thought it was appropriate for, well, this day with fireworks to do, well, fireworks. Yes, that's Gandalf on his cart, and he's got himself some party favors right there. So again, everybody please give Commander Mittens a follow. We've been doing a whole bunch of fun stuff this week. Monday started out with this, a little bit different than Gandalf's cart. This is part of our Armada Mondays series. That is Rodney right there. Our Thursday stream was this. So we went back to the 2D and we did a little Babylon 5 right there. Previous week was, as we call this, Panel Line Galactica. So we've been doing our Spacescape stuff, but with a twist. And of course, well, we're still continuing to paint our, as we call these, the truffle lights or the fungus people. Right there, painting all of this with oil start to finish. Everybody check out the Kroots there that Commander Mittens has been painting. And again, everybody give Commander Mittens a follow. So Mittens, was this another kind of 6+ hour stream for you there? I saw you painting, so I wasn't sure how long you'd been working there. And again, Spotty Shark, glad to see you here, of course. I'm going to darken you down in there a little bit more. So again, these are all traditional oil paints right out of the tube. And happy Saturday to everybody, of course. This is again 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. Now, this is I'm pretty sure it's the May release, so I do the Patreon thing. I do believe that Printing Goes Ever On also has I think they got some stuff going on My Mini Factory too. So a 6-hour, 40-minute stream. That could be pretty close to the time for tomorrow's stream because we got a lot of stuff to paint. We'll see how it goes, but the Saturday stream could be a longer one because we have a lot of stuff to get to. Actually, the next couple of Saturday streams could be of a longer nature. There we are. So yeah. Now, just as a little programming note, I do believe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, not this coming weekend, but the weekend after that would be the Adepticon meeting down in Peoria. So might not be streaming that weekend. That's a possibility. I mean, that's the plan. We all know how plans work. So mittens, I've got a couple of different ways now of kind of storing them so that they're A, dust free, B, breakage free, and C, where I can actually see them and remember they're there and know where they are. So I've got some cases here in the room with me that I can just pull things out of. Um, I also have, I think, something like 7 magnetized carrying cases. They're like basically wooden cases with the metal shelves in them. And the nice thing about the metal shelves is that if I take them to, say, Adepticon, I can attach basically the little under cabinet lights via the magnets and actually illuminate so my carrying cases become display cases. Then I also have tons of, and I mean like dozens of other magnetized, more like plastic type cases that are not really designed for carrying around, but more for stacking up in the house. Well, Camda, let me know how it works. Let me know how that works. And of course, actually, Camda, you get to take a whack at the autocorrect monster. I don't know if you saw. So yeah, so Commander Mittens, I used to just kind of have them in. Well, actually, there's another type of thing. Now it's not really dust free, but they're actually shoe containers. They've got little air holes in them, and they're basically just like little plastic constructions that you kind of snap together, and you can stack those. They're not the sturdiest of things, but I use those for my Song of Ice and Fire stuff. So since Camda was victimized by the autocorrect monster, we have created a way for you to reveal who he is because evil wants to lurk in the shadows and in the dark crevices. So if you are ever attacked by the autocorrect monster, you can do what Camda did and reveal him so that we all know what he looks like. We know his face now, so that reduces his power. That's one. That's one of the things I've been working on with all the AI stuff. And again, we've been doing stuff for our armies as well. So for my Easterling army, and of course my Easterling terrain here, we have created some animations based on that. Here's another one again. This is one of the miniatures that we painted on stream, which is now animated with some of my buildings in the background. So that's some of the stuff that we have been experimenting with. Oh, and Denethor, we got that new Battlefleet Gothic series. Well, the new not Battlefleet Gothic series, which would be these ships. We did the basing phase because episode 1 and all that. So yes, should the autocorrect monster unjustly attack you or something like that, you can now reveal the autocorrect monster. That is one of our chat point rewards. What was it? I think we painted 14 new Easterlings on stream last week because we're trying to get a whole bunch more Easterlings done so we can have a massive filming slash photography session for our videos. We've been doing AI generated songs to go along with them. Now here we're taking Prussian blue, some of the Indian yellow. We are making one heck of a deep warm green now. Here, let me get rid of that little piece of fuzz on the end. Camden, I'm gonna obviously we're gonna be making more of those, right? Because they're super fun. And obviously, well, we've got to make our Wapelius Spellbrush one, and more than just the Albi back screen. I think I want to try to do some other Wapelius Spellbrush things. Maybe even a Gandalf thing because we might have one or two Gandalf miniatures, right, Camden? Denethor again. You can check out some of the stuff. Oh, here's the newest Patreon video. This just went up like yesterday or something, or 2 days ago. So this is a Nerixon figure. We're just doing a little three-part series on this. The biggest thing is the reflection in the water. So this was like phase 2. You can sort of see her eye right there. That right there where my thumb is, that's her eye. And the idea is we lay down some resin water effect. Oh, by the way, here's some of the Eastern, here's one of the Easterlings that we painted. Again, we did something like 14 of these guys in 2 streams. See you later, the Commander Mittens. I understand. Yeah, naps. I can definitely understand wanting to have a nap. For sure. Trying to get me a little bit of that darker green right along the edge and then maybe down here in the shadows. Oh, yeah, this one for sure. I think we should maybe darken you down because, again, you're kind of getting covered by some of these other things. So like Peace Taker was talking about, if you're new to the oil paints, maybe simplify things. One light color, one dark color. You could use indigo and white. You could use Van Dyke, but this was Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. You could use Egyptian Violet and something else, or Dioxazine Violet and something else. Just as long as one color is dark and one color is light. We did that in our watercolor class. It was not very fun at the time because, well, we all wanted a full palette and everything. Yeah, we didn't have a full palette till there was maybe 3 months left in the year. Yeah, Peace Taker, if you got, a Discord Instalink or something like that, please go ahead. Or Peace Talker, sorry. But yes, if you want to simplify things, I mean, you could do it with the acrylics too. It's not just for in oils or something like that. But if you're maybe having a little bit of a, rough time or something, can't go wrong with simplifying. Everybody check out that link there that Peace Talker just posted. And again, maybe give a thought to doing like just a value study thing. Just lights and darks and nothing else. You don't have to worry about the perfect red, the perfect whatever, the perfect anything. You just gotta worry about light and dark. Actually, speaking of light, if this is gonna be glowy, I gotta get some more light on this object over here. Let's do that. Let's do that as we get close to hour number 5 here on our Gandalf. Yeah, there we go. More of our yellow there, and then right along here again because the light casting over onto this here. Yeah, we're not trying to do extreme lighting or anything like that. So everybody be like Camda and go check out that link that Peace Talker just shared. Go do that. Say nice things, all the good stuff. Blending brush, where you hiding? There you are. There you are. Maybe we'll attack it this way. Something like that. So again, check out the thing that Peace Talker posted there because again, that is another example of and how you can maybe make things a little bit easier for yourself and uh, create a shorter pathway to some success. I mean, there's nothing like having a little bit of success, boost some confidence. We had a whole discussion about frustration, right, and being your own worst critic and those sort of things, and that is definitely something to keep an eye on. You don't want to be too hard on yourself. With all of the stuff that I'm doing here, between the different software generation programs, also some of the different materials that I'm trying to test, things don't always go exactly according to plan. Sometimes they go the absolute opposite of the plan, like as far opposite of the plan as you could possibly go, and sometimes that is actually a good thing. You wouldn't think so, but actually it can be a very good thing. You know what? That I gotta carry a little bit more of the yellow over here. Maybe even incorporate some of those. Yeah, let's take some of those down a little bit. Again, that's some of the light going there. Not really a whole lot projecting on his face there because, well, this pole was pretty much blocking that. So I don't think we'd have it there. Might carry a little bit more of the yellow light out this way. Also, maybe a little bit on the wheel here. So right there. Okay, we got a little bit of the yellow there. Oh, what about, oh, his pipe, maybe? Yeah, Peace Talker, we don't want to treat the oils like they're super slow drying acrylics, right, with a whole bunch of layers. Hashtag no layers. Actually, oh, I don't think you've seen these, Denethor. These are also some new things that we have made. And again, more readings from the Book of Wapple there. Of course, when this started out, it was very messy. But things must be messy before they can be neat. And of course, this is one of our most important truisms here. There are many forms of contrast besides just light versus dark. Now here we don't have really any metal here to reflect, but that's something to keep in mind. Metals reflect their surroundings. Now here's something, and this we have sometimes do a little few demonstrations of this. You can have oil paints that are almost 95% thin. They're still oil paints, as in like that color. It's still going to be, if it's white, it's still going to be white. It's not like acrylics where it would basically be like a semi-dingy gray. Of course, here, these kind of address those things like, well, just do it. Don't think about doing it, just do it. And of course, the perfection thing, right? If nothing's going to be perfect, nothing is going to be perfect. But here we're getting down to this. See, you don't layer the oils layer themselves. So yeah, Denethor, that's some of the new stuff that we've been doing. New additions there. I'm gonna try and again try and that's too much. Let's not do any more of that over there. Here I've got to somehow re-engineer some of this. Let's get back to our darker stuff. To do that, I think some of this here, some of our brown. Yeah, this is where the printing went a little wonky here. So we're trying to via our paint get that up there. There too. Yeah, that's okay. There we are. That works there. What about this up here? A little repair work there. All right, that works. I think we're good on this side. Oh, here we'll take away a little bit of that. That fixes up that. That's well as good as it's going to be for as chewed up as that was. It's still not quite sure what those. I mean, I know they're fireworks, but let me try and drop in a little bit more of our Dirks in here on some of these little packages. That's not quite a pin line wide. I mean, it's close. It's in the neighborhood. Very close. So basically, it's both terms there, Denethor. So when you take acrylic paint, any kind of acrylic, I mean, even this primer right here, right? If you take this and you try to thin it with water, well, it's going to be less intense, right? It's going to be desaturated in a big way. Even this, even these inks, same thing as if if you put enough water in these things, it'll be barely blue. It'll be like a blue tint. But with the oil paints, and you can it always shows up the most in the source lighting. So see the brightest areas here in that flame? That is actually almost 95% thinner. So if that is a bright yellow oil paint, it doesn't matter how much thinner you got in there. It's still going to be like that. If that was acrylics, and I actually did do a video where we did something like this, it was like this weird dingy yellowish gray, and it was supposed to be this color and this intensity, and it was more like that. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It didn't look like that. It looked like that. I really can't wait to get to all those Highland miniatures ones. So Denethor thinning is it's less paint, more liquid of some kind. The dilution is you are taking away some of the intensity of the actual paint itself. And that's not really something you can do with thinner with the oils. It will thin the paint. That's why you can do a pin line wash, Denethor, with the oil so effectively because it does not dilute the paint at all. So that again is something to keep in mind with the oil paints. And again, all that stuff I was doing in that acrylic video, yesterday, that was a reminder. Because I was doing all the stuff I would normally do with oil paints, and I went, yeah, okay. dramatic loss of intensity in this color as a result. It didn't matter because it was terrain, but in some instance, like well, that sneaky snake there, that would have mattered. And of course, well, let's see, we can. Oh, I don't know. I don't have my water. If I had my water dropper bottle, we could have done our favorite little demo, right, Camda? Comparing the thinner to the water. Let me see if I can get a little more dark in his shoulder here, maybe. Hey there, Vostercat. Nice to see ya. So happy Saturday there, Vostercat. Yeah, Denethor, it will certainly do that because the binder is just rubber. I mean, the same stuff that you make, like your shoes out of, and like, well, the plastic in this bottle. I mean, it's all just plastics because oil paint is not oil. Well, it's oil in the more natural sense, as in safflower oil, linseed oil, walnut
Hello,
oil.
little hobbits. Spark my guns.
Thank you so much, X1 Lumi. Appreciate that. So I think I'm starting to get what you guys are talking about. He's like, seriously, dude, so you're going to use the fireworks to maybe, I don't know, fight the orcs? He's like, well, no, actually, I was thinking that if we fire these off in Moria, it would make a really loud noise. He really doesn't get it, does he? So we're still searching for our first Gandalf 6 on the evening. Well, we haven't had a 1 though, so I guess that is progress right there. So thank you so much, Lumi. Appreciate that. Well, Lumi, we might have a few Gandalf miniatures here. We might have a few because there's that, and of course there is that. Oh, but wait, there's more. There's more Gandalf. I mean, you would think that after all that, we couldn't possibly have any more Gandalf. There he is, right there. And you would certainly think that would be it. There would be no more Gandalfs. It's like, oh, it's about time you got to me. So I hear that you're grumpy, Gandalf. It's like, well, you would be too if you had no arms. So there's a little bit of Gandalf there, Lumi. We might have painted one or two of those. Oh, by the way, there's more. Because let's see, we have this one's Printing Goes. Oh, we have more of the Gandalfs from Printing Goes Ever On. I've also got, I think, some Gandalfs from. Actually, I have more from Davale. So Lumi, I think they're all headed for the Shire to all grab themselves some pipeweed. Oh, wait a minute. We forgot another Gandalf here. Where is he? He's around here somewheres. Where is he hiding? There he is. There he is. Space Gandalf. Because again, we don't have enough Gandalfs here. We have to have even more. So Denethor, I think a lot of time the linseed oil in oil paints is going to be more filtered. Because remember, they also use safflower oil. They also use walnut oil. Actually, I think this Alkyd medium right here is actually walnut oil based. So I hope that you're doing well there, Vostercat. Maybe darken up that little bit right there. More here. So again, it's don't be surprised if we're finishing up more of our Easterlings tomorrow. If I can't get the Harad stuff ready to go, so that would be a bunch more of these lads right here, because I think there's at least 8 infantry that's sitting around waiting to be finished off. So I think that's probably what we're going to end up doing, because well, now it is practically 5 o'clock in the morning, so I don't think I'm going to have a whole lot of time for prepping the Harad stuff. I mean, I'll still be prepping some of that along with other things, like the conquest stuff, which that should probably be our next Thursday slash, or sorry, Friday, Saturday streams, would be some conquest stuff. Most likely Sorcerer Kings. Here, let's get some of our light on these little ropes over here. Yeah, Denethor, experimentation is always good. Because Denethor, I'm telling you, I never would have done. Oh, yeah, Denethor, I don't know if you saw the video where we did the 3-in-1 process sculpting, priming, and painting all in one process. So these are liner brushes, and these are, well, they've always been a favorite of mine. These are not spotter brushes. So I think we actually have, yeah, here we have one spotter brush here. So again, you can see the bristles. These things get destroyed in 5 seconds because, well, the ferrule is almost, again, at the end here. Whereas these, you can have a lot of the water in there. These are much stiffer as well. These are not like your other type, well, craft brushes, whatever. These are obviously very critical when it comes to things like, well, say, freehand designs like this, because again, you can move that brush in basically any direction. It does not matter. Oh, and of course, Denethor. Geez, sorry, Denethor. You were not greeted appropriately. It's like, so, you wouldn't happen to have any tomatoes in there, would you? It's like, no, just fireworks. He's like, I actually have some oil. And it's not that stupid linseed stuff either. I mean, this is like really, really flammable stuff. Sorry. There you go, Denethor. I totally forgot about that for you. So yeah, Denethor, if I had my little water dropper bottle, I could. Wait a minute. Is it over here? Wait. Oh, I can. Here we go. All right. So we shall do 2 drops of each thing. We will do 1, 2. Very tense. Look at how tense that thing is. Now we shall do 1, 2 drops of our thinner. Look at that. Oh, and by the way, this thing is going to keep expanding. I mean, it'll be like across the table. That thing's just going to sit there unless my finger bumps into it or it just evaporates. Look at it's even expanding into the water and around it. It's consuming it. It's expanding around it. That's why this has no capillary action and this does. When I use the, did you see the videos on the water washable oils there, Denethor? Found that out the hard way. Again, I suspected there would be very little capillary action, and there was none because, well, you replace the thinner with the water. Now, with the water washable oils, you can use thinner if you want. They are oil paints after all, so that's no big deal. It's just, well, now they're not going to be water washable anymore. Just got to keep that in mind. So we don't use this. The thinner is for thinning the paint. We got, look at this fabulous stuff right here. And it works for acrylic. It also works with super glue. Don't ask me how I know that. A friend told me that. He happens to maybe live in this house too. So it's a dried acrylics, also oil color, no hazards, no vapors. So the thinner is just for thinning the paints. Oh, and by the way, look at this. It's still totally surrounded the water there. No problem there, Peace Talker. So yeah, Camden, I mean, they were okay. It's just they're so limiting, right, Camden? Because once you use anything that's not, well, those paints, you can't clean them with water anymore, so what's the point? If you were to use any of your regular oil paints with them, again, the whole water washing goes away. So I just don't see the point, right, Camden? Especially since you don't need thinner to clean the brushes. Also, warm soapy water, like dish soap. Okay, here. I guess I was able to finally get some of that stuff off. But I had primer. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is acrylic paint from 2 days ago. Still haven't gotten that off my hand. If that was oil paint, it would have been gone in 2 seconds with some warm soapy water. Just, again, just dish soap. Because what were we just talking about, right? Linseed oil, safflower oil. When it's acrylics, you're washing plastic off of your hands. Also, too, ponder this. When you dump acrylic paint stuff down the sink, that's going to reconstitute and rubberize, just like Denethor was talking about. Don't ask me how a friend told me that. Again, another friend that just happens to live in this house. His resemblance to me is purely coincidental. It's just an illusion. He doesn't actually look anything like me. So yeah, I used to use rubbing alcohol, Peace Talker, when I would, shall we say, have to get super glue out of a brush. But I found out that that stuff kind of can do the same thing. You're like, how in the world is super glue getting on a brush? Well, okay, in a case like this, I have just super glued him to the base, and I'm trying to get my texture effects on there. And in this case, I was in a right hurry, so the super glue was still very much wet. And there is a chance, of course, of getting the brush in contact with that super glue. I think I managed not to do that this time around. Just getting some lighter stuff down here. And all I got to do is, again, just kind of dry brush that stuff in there. It's the wettest dry brush ever. Vostercat I use, that's all I use for acrylics is liner brushes. Same brushes here, I don't use anything different. Now the problem is that the acrylics will destroy this brush way faster because what happens is the acrylic paint gets down into that ferrule and destroys the brush, whereas the oils don't have enough time to dry and get down in there and destroy the brush. So that is one of the primary methods of brush destruction, is getting paint down in that metal ferrule. And the acrylics need all of about 3 seconds to get in there and stay in there. And good luck getting them out of there once they're in there. Yes, fast drying superglue is not fast enough, right, Denethor? It's too slow. I It's like, well, I would know because like I haven't blinked in 5 years. I can tell you why, and it's not the friend that lives with him either. It's him. We haven't seen the weeping angel in a while, have we, Camda? Again, like the weeping angel says, don't blink. Don't blink. Whatever you do, right, Camda, if you blink, you are guaranteed to miss something. Because if you blinked during this stream, you might not know that I painted 17 other Easterling figures while we were painting Gandalf here. Oh my God. Hey, Camda. Well, Denethor just made some homework for you, so you can blame Denethor for this. But Camda, what do you think has to be an animation? Do you think we need to make an animation out of that weeping angel? I have no idea what exactly I would do as part of that animation, but that might just have to happen. Because, I mean, we can't have the weeping angel talk, but good grief, I have no idea what that would probably be. That would probably be more shocking and scary than the autocorrect monster. I think might be the most terrorizing figure in all of Wampleville there. Possibly even more terrorizing than the mounted baristas. Of course, right now the mounted baristas are the most feared cavalry unit in all of Wampleville. They just yell out random names and they throw cups of scalding hot coffee at people. Worst of all, after they've done all that, they still expect a tip. Oh, I guess. Well, there you go, Camta. You have the Weeping Angel and an unpainted miniature, and it says "Don't blink," and then it comes up again, and there's the painted miniature, and the Weeping Angel just says "You blinked." Now I don't know. Getting text on the screen there. That's not. So I can always do that post production there too. I don't have to necessarily do that in Sky Reels or Skynet as we call it. That cookie is really beat up, so I'm gonna have to uh, kind of fix that thing up a little bit in Photoshop or something like that, because it will save all of the all the like the broken parts. So Denethor, the Weeping Angel emote is only well, the biggest one is 100 pixels, 112 pixels across. So uh, I'm just glad it even looks at all like the Weeping Angel there, Denethor. And then the one that's on screen is only 26 pixels across. So unfortunately, yeah, it's not possible to really. I was amazed that it shows up that much for 26 pixels, or is it 28? It's 28 pixels. Yeah, you get 112, 56, and 28. Those are your sizes for whatever reason. You have three different sizes you gotta make. Yeah. Okay, fine. A little bit of the lighter Terra Rosa mix up here, maybe. Denethor, it wants basically three versions of the same thing. Yeah, it wants all three of them to be the same graphic. So yeah, when you're doing emotes and you post one, it makes all the other ones. Let me a little lighter on his mouth down there. Little touch over there. Yeah. Now it's maybe here. Let's try and get a little bit of this some of our grayish skin tone here, maybe. I mean, because it's also in shadow from his sleeve there, and also there's all that gray around it, because Gandalf the gray and all. wonder. No, that's gonna be too dark. Oh yeah, it would have been way too dark. Trying to sneak me a little bit of the green there in the cheekbone there. Now, Denethor, when this was done early on, I want to say about 3 hours ago, what was really psychotic was that when we took away all of the, well, color contrast, Gandalf here, actually, he stood out. The horse disappeared. Now, the horse, you see him much more right now because of the color temperatures, right? Let's do our film noir. Yep. You see how the horse kind of almost fades a little bit, but he's gray, but he kind of shows up much more than the horse, which is really wild. Now let's supplement this with one of our truffle lights here. Okay, plenty of value, except here. Wow, look at that. That just flat. Till we bring back the color. Oh, look at that magical contrasty there. Red versus green, which is why contrast is more than just light versus dark. Yeah. Now here, let's you can see again, right, the horse. Now he jumps out much more at you because he's kind of a reddish brown. When he's just gray, Gandalf the Grey actually kind of stands out more because he's got more dramatic lights and darks there. It's a match made in Middle Earth, right, Denethor? Oh, here's my Payne's Gray here. Yeah, this is almost kind of like a violet gray. A little more of that inside. Oh, over here. Maybe a little more darks over here, because again, if this light is going to be casting a shadow here, maybe that should be a little darker. Now it's we're going to have a micro blending brush right here. So yeah, Denethor, that's a new sticker that I just made. I guess we're gonna have to have. Oh, we're gonna have to autocorrect monster sticker. That's right, Camda. I gotta make one of those. I need to make an autocorrect monster sticker. For a friend, right, Camda? Actually, Denethor, when we were doing the Space Gandalf and Space Shadowfax, the film noirs were very interesting on those. Speaking of grayscale, there, Denethor. There's a grayscale for it. Now, all kidding aside, you can see the eyes have kind of a bluish gray. Look at the grays at his fur. That's kind of a purplish gray. His teeth, kind of like a yellowish tan gray. And then the keyboard itself is more of a bluish gray. So you kind of got like four different colors of gray just even in there. So even the autocorrect monster Denethor is a that's another lesson in grayscale there and contrast. Never enough contrast lessons. So yeah, Denethor, I only made that Cam, 2 weeks ago, maybe. Was it even that long? I don't even know it was that long ago. That is very 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 recent. And I just wanted to have some fun there. Well, it's education because I'm actually learning how to do again the various AI animation type things. The original autocorrect monster was actually created by Recoil. He did that during a stream. And that was basically the first truly successful animation. And even that was still not what I was actually asking it to do. As successful as it was still kind of frustrating because it's like, yeah, that's not what it was supposed to do. He was supposed to pick up the keyboard and eat it. As you can see, he did not do that. No, no. The unfortunately, Denethor, there are not. I mean, you can almost say there are no good tutorials out there uh, for actually really trying to do the AI stuff. It's mostly just you should buy this thing because they spend more time showing you how to sign up for it and talking about the different plans than they do actually showing you how to use it. I take that as a sign. That's too much yellow. That is too much yellow. We're gonna do something like this instead. Too much of the red. Ah, okay. We just add a little bit of our not radiant green. Oh, that's right, Camden. We have to create labels for all of our not whatever whatevers. Yes, the not. Oh, let me see. The not quinacridone golden brown. Quinacridone golden brown. Say that 10 times fast, Camden. Good luck. Let me do this here. Again, that's that weird kind of olive green. That's one of the Paul Rubens colors mixed with the brand new Naples yellow, which of course has pigment red 101 because it's like Zathras. We are all pigment. Actually, I should make a graphic of that, Camda. We are all pigment red 101. Just a whole bunch of tubes of paint of all different colors and just a caption that says we are all pigment red 101. Just like Zathras. And you will find out who Zathras is, Camda. Right now, you don't. You're not. Ooh, well, there we go. Look at that. I bumped into that, and the water is still there. Again, did I say there was no capillary action? I think I did. There is no capillary action there. Okay, getting rid of a little bit of that extra light there. You know what? This tail here, maybe a little something, something in there. Not much, but we need a little something in there. Okay, that looks like a dry brush. I really should just call it a feathered brush stroke because there's wet paint there, which means it is actually mixing. Yes, it is. Nope, shadow. I was just about to put something lighter here, and I was like, okay, why is it not as dark when I turn it this? Oh, because it's the horse casting a shadow there. Now, Camden, that's not the episode. Oh gosh, I can't now. Now all of a sudden I forget the character's name. But that's not where Dr. Stevens' dad shows up, right? I don't remember because, well, now it's been long enough. Just think of what it's like for me watching the Space Above and Beyond thing, where I only ever saw it when it was on TV and never since. Okay, oh, it is that episode. So yeah, there's you don't want to forget about those characters there, Cal. I'll just say that you want to remember those characters that show up at the station. It's like anything B5, right, Camden? You got to pay attention to every detail because you never know when something might just arise later on in the show. Can we? Yeah, we can lighten that up a little more. Again, that's with the radiant green. Well, not radiant. Radiant green, actually, to be more precise. I'm trying to think the last time I used actual radiant green Camda or actual radiant uh, violet for that matter, like the real thing. Okay, again, not too late with it. And now this up here, I think we will make a piece of fuzz on that brush. Let's get rid of that. So you've seen the whole episode then, Camda? Okay. I guess the other thing is no, I don't think the no, I don't think you've got the episode with the Lady of the Lake yet. I think that might be season 3 or maybe it's later season 2. I think just mentioning, did you see the episode with the Lady in the Lake or Lady of the Lake or whatever? I don't think that gives anything away. Let me try to separate a few. No, I need more thinner. More thinner. Not too much though. Ooh, almost there. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Good enough. Uh, when this dries, I'm actually going to take some weathering powders to the cart. Maybe not do like mud, but I'll definitely. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have to wait for that. What am I talking about? I don't have to wait for that at all. Actually, if I do it now, the weathering powders will just stick to it. Yeah, so let's do that now. Gonna chuck some of that out here. Also, a little bit on our wheel there, because dust, right? So that's also a texture thing. That's not a color thing. The reason I'm doing this has nothing to do with color. It's a texture thing. And really kind of doing it on the wheels here. Because, well, dusty road, whatever. Pick some of that stuff up, wouldn't it? This was something, oh gosh, our Trench Crusade stuff. Yeah. Trench Crusade stuff. Look at that. Again, that's a texture difference there. That is not so much about the color. I could easily just paint that color on, but that's not what it's about. It's about, again, that, ooh, here, this side of the wheel here. Maybe even a little bit on the horse's hooves there. Yeah, so Peace Stalker was doing my Trench Crusade stuff, and just as an experiment, because we tend to do experiments here, right? I thought, well, the paint is wet. If I put the powders on here, well, the powders just fuse to the paint as the paint is curing, and well, that's what happened. And ever since, well, guess what I've been doing is again just taking, the various powders and such, and that's why I have this thing at the ready at all times. There's what, three, four different powders on there. Also, you can mix those up. You can literally mix powders and make whatever colors you want. So yeah, that was a little something that found out by accident. So yeah, this will since again this paint is still wet. As the paint cures and dries, all of that dust there. I mean, maybe some of it flakes off, but that would have flaked off even if you probably put. Well, your only other alternative, right, is to put some kind of fixative on there, whether it's a liquid fixative that you got to brush in, or one that you got to spray on. None of those are ideal. This is so far the best path forward that I have seen for something like that. Yeah, Peace Talker. There's the army painting series on it, and then there's also the Stigmatic Nun. So that's I think it might have been part of our weathering workshop, Peace Talker. Oh, did you see this vehicles workshop series? What was this? 5 parts, 6 parts, or something like that on this here. And that's where we experimented with the plaster and our oil paints. We made our own mud out of plaster and oil paint. Again, more trench crusade stuff there. And actually, well, speaking of, the question was asked. Oh, that was Commander Mittens. Never mind. Mittens is long since gone to bed. That was Commander Mittens' question. It's another one of those clear plastic containers, which I keep seeing on Amazon for as little as $30 for a stack of 3. Now you do have to construct them. Once you've done a few, it's a little bit easier. But I really like those for miniatures because I can see what's inside. I just open the door, I can grab the miniature, stick it back in there like I just did. And there's like a stack of what, 4 of them behind? No, there's 5 now. Holy smokes. They are stacked 5 high behind me. I needed there we go, a little bit of that red from that firework in there. Well, Peace Talker, there's a new video just went up today on the, I almost said the Necrons, but no, another BFG series there. And, well, guess what? Sunday I'm going to be filming yet another video. Let's see. I think we are definitely up to at least 2,400 hours, if not 2,500 hours now. So you do that $15 Army Painter pledge. Well, be ready to binge. I'm not joking about 2,400 hours. Oh, and by the way, I make at least 20 hours of new videos every month. I don't think there's too many streaming services that offer that for $15 a month. Couple little more lighter yellows down there. And of course, Peace Talker with the freehand, right, doing the little exercise there where you draw it out on a piece of paper or something first. That can be really, really, really helpful. It is for me. Let me tell you, I'm really glad that. Now, if it's a freehand that I've done 1,000 times, it's a little different. But yeah, doing the just drawing it out in advance is really kind of a helpful thing. Oh yeah, so that was that's this one right here. I think I posted this one today. Well, yesterday, I guess you could say. Okay, got the thinner out of there. Nope, Denethor. It's again. You can check out the video. You mix the oil paint and the plaster together because I used to have the MIG ammo, basically oil mud effects, and anything that was not mostly thinner, basically dried up as soon as the container was open. And that's when I realized, wait a minute, that's probably just plaster and oil paint. And the reason it dries faster is because the more plaster you put in there, especially if it is Durabond 90 or something like that, basically plaster you use in a bathroom, which will allow you to make really thick mud, but it's going to dry out really fast. So that was an experiment that was years in the making because I always wondered, could I make my own basically oil-based mud product there? And it basically worked exactly like the MIG ammo stuff. So you just take powdered plaster and oil paints and you mix them together. Consistency entirely up to you. Much like the was it the tile grout mixed with wood glue creates a much better texture paste at a fraction of the price. And by fraction of the price, I mean literal fractions. You could spend, round about $16 on a tiny little container, which will actually dry out once it's half full. Or you could spend about, I don't know, $10 on a gigantic container of tile grout, a few bucks on some wood glue, and you're done. And we did find out that you can add, well, either pigment powders to it or inks. And now you can actually color it if you want. That was in another video that I just did. That was the one where we were sculpting, priming, and painting all at once. Literally did 3 things in one shot. There with the modeling paste slash marble dust. They're both kind of the same thing. So it depends on how much plaster you got in there, Denethor. Remember those bottles, the heavier the mud, the faster it dried because there was more plaster. Just like plaster dries out your skin, if you're doing a lot of drywalling and plastering, your hands, it feels like somebody's literally sucking the moisture out of your hands. Well, all that extra plaster is absorbing the linseed oil, and it's causing the oil paints to cure a lot faster. So those are just experiments, probably the last 2 months or so, videos that I've done. Not even, probably the last month. Those are all videos with those new experiments. I mean, I could make 100 object source lighting videos. It'd be fun for me. It would kind of be the same video 100 times. But that's why I do these crazy experiments, right, Denethor? So this way we find out, well, okay, maybe it doesn't work. And there have been experiments, right, Denethor, that do not work. What was it, Cam? Oh, yeah, remember the Nerf bases? When I experimented with foam clay? And I had to put, what would you say, a caveat at the start with the link of the video saying, well, you can save yourself 100 minutes and it doesn't work. If you wanted a good laugh at my expense, by all means, laugh at me for 100 minutes. Again, that's why I do the experiments like that, so you do not necessarily have to find out the hard way and go, well, that was not good. So yeah, Camda. It's one of the basing videos, I'm pretty sure. It's one of the basing videos, and it's about foam clay, which we thought it works great for cosplaying stuff, not for basing stuff. It's supposed to be maybe a substitute for the DAZ air dry clay. Oh, also, um, the Sculpey version of air dry clay, which I loved in the sculpting phase. It actually is better than DAZ air dry clay for sculpting. The problem is that it shrinks so much it's unusable. DAZ air dry clay shrinks a little bit. So one second there, Dan. There we go. Is there no armored wolf here? So you want the tile grout, Denethor, not the plaster, because the plaster is very fine. You need the texture of the tile grout and the toughness of the tile grout. Because remember, plaster is not designed to be subjected to water. Tile grout is designed to be subjected to, well, all kinds of nasty things, right? Also, it's the pre-mixed tile grout. Again, the tile grout is stronger under all circumstances. Again, plaster, right? You can just, if you touch the wall, there goes your plaster. If you hit tile grout, that's going to hurt. It might still kind of crack or shatter or something like that, but you're also going to feel it when you hit it. Oh, geez, now it's getting closer to 6 a.m. here, and that's why we're not going to be able to prep them Harad guys. So we'll go with our Easterlings, which is fine because I need those anyways. But I think I might also maybe head over. Let's see. I wonder if Brush Liquor is still a streaming here. Because oh geez, now it's almost been a 6-hour stream. Looky there, look at that. So let me see. Well, actually, Raging is also streaming here. Let me do this real quick here. Oh, Brush Master. Okay. Let me see. Unless maybe we try and find a new person here. Let me do a new person here that we haven't done. Oh, Battleforge Gaming. Let's do that. We haven't done that. Denethor, yeah, I love tile grout. I mean, there's so many nifty things, right? Now, I do want to say thanks to everybody for all of the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. And of course, thanks for also kind of hanging out with me with our now post 4th of July celebrations right there. And of course, again, Gandalf with his fabulous fireworks. So thanks, Denethor. Appreciate you being here. Same thing there, Camda. Have a blast. And of course, Peace Talker, thank you so much for hanging out as well. Appreciate that. I'm going to get this raid countdown underway here. We'll be right back again, right? Only a matter of hours from now. So thank you so much, Peace Talker and Camda and Denethor, and we will see you very soon.